Hey everyone, good morning. Trying to make sure I get everything right as I get ready to do this live stream. Um, it's my first time doing it. I'm just going to just draw, and this is in conjunction with the KaijuConLine. I think that's how you say it. But anyway, get my tools ready. Got some jams going, and start off. I'm using some microns. Let's see what else. I have Sumi ink, which I actually put inside of my watercolor brushes and stuff. I call these my dirty brushes because sometimes I just let them sort of stick and get all dirtied up, so you can kind of create some nice effects and stuff. So I got a couple of different sizes and ranges, so I'll probably be plucking those out. I have my kneaded eraser. Let's see. Gotta have refills because I have my brush pen, which is right here, and then you got the uniball right there, white, and then I got some other stuff too, like these guys. I just got a bunch of different tools and stuff because I'm one of those people where I'm always experimenting with things, and I get bored, and I'll experiment with stuff. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. So I'm gonna grab up one of the microns. I got all of my over here, my straight edge, and other French curves and stuff like that. Stuff that I need. Make myself comfortable. Oh man. Whew. All right, so let's see. I actually have this on my camera to like a sort of hand. I don't know how you describe it. It's like hooked to my desk and stuff. So it's pointed down here and stuff like that. I can't see any responses. So I'm just gonna just work through it, and then after it's done, I gave myself between 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. time period to see how far I can get in this. Fingers crossed, and see how far I can go, and that I can get done. And then I'll check out comments and stuff afterwards. So I don't know. I've already did a paste up. This is old school. Again, I like to just stress that I'm an old school kind of artist. I grew up in 1970, so I was a child of the 70s and 80s. So back in the day, they used to do this kind of stuff where they do paste ups and stuff like that. So I was able to find the logos. I cleaned them up, and then incorporated them actually to the artwork. That's how some of the original comic book pages used to be done by the old schoolers. I still love it, especially if you happen to buy any old artwork from that time period. You can see these nice paste ups. Some of them are even peeling off and stuff, even lettering, and I just love it. It makes the artwork look more complete, in my opinion. So, all right, how do we begin with this monster? All right, I got my micron. Let me get my Pentel brush pen. All right, and let's see where we go. See what happens. Oh yeah, I forgot. Reference. I tried to scour the web trying to find as much stuff as I can. I can't think of the artist's name, but he did a bunch of these on DeviantArt, and I'll do another once I finish this. I'll definitely do a link to this person because they came close to doing nice sort of character sheet kind of drawings, which is so important. I see these other characters as well. I also have my I'm a huge fan of Dan Gardes, so that's why Dan Gardes is prominent in this piece. So I have my Dan Gardes figure right here, just to help keep me in line so that I can remember how the character looks. Make sure he stands right. I don't want to break him. It's expensive. All right, so let's start. All right, let's go for it. One of the things about it I learned is that you can't be afraid when you start laying the art out. I had a wonderful when I was in art school, a wonderful teacher. I believe her name was Tina. And one of our assignments I remember was that we had to go to my school was located in Boston, so it was down near on Beacon Street. And one of our assignments was that we had to go over to the public gardens, and find. And she told us to go look for branches. And, we're all looking like, what the, what do you gotta find branches? And she said, okay, go find some branches, certain sizes and whatever, small ones, of course. And then she said, okay, get your inkwells out. And she said, and start drawing. And we, started drawing images using simple branches. And she, I began to understand years later that she was trying to show us that any tool has the capacity to be useful in creating artwork. And so you shouldn't get so locked down into, whether or not, what kind of tool you're using or whatever. Some people, they want to spend a lot of money for the expensive stuff, and that's their prerogative. Nothing wrong with that. I got some expensive stuff as well, but also, I'll just say a guy like Robert Crumb was able to draw the most amazing pieces of work with ballpoint pens. I mean, so some of the best work can just come from the most simplest of tools. All right. So this is for the KaijuConLine, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. I've never been to G-Fest. I missed out on an opportunity. I remember they came here in what was it? I can't remember the year, but I remember they came to Rhode Island a couple of years ago. I believe so. And I missed out on that, man, and I was bummed. But ever since that, I just never been able to head on down there to enjoy that. My artwork has made it there. I can say that proudly. When I was doing work for Sunstone Games and the Colossal Kaiju Combat, the Simon Strange took a lot of my card artwork down there and stuff, so people got to see that. But I wasn't able to make it, which is unfortunate. But things happen. As I'm a commercial illustrator, and and I make my living drawing. I've been doing this for going on 30 years now, and so my livelihood is based on the fact of my work for clients. And as much as going to cons and stuff like that is fun and whatever, it just wasn't financially feasible to do that. I just can't blow off client work and stuff that it's a guaranteed money that I can make as compared to money that I know I most likely won't make in that same number, just because I'm just not as known in the kaiju and the giant robot scene. I think I am known to a certain degree, but I'm kind of like, I told someone, I was joking with them, and I said, I think I'm going to be one of those artists that people will years later be like, oh yeah, that guy. There's a few of them. I mean, there's a lot of artists like that. There's a lot of Marvel artists, old school Marvel artists that are like that, where you go, man, I seen that person's work, but you never really knew about them, just because they got a ton of work. They did a lot of work, but they just weren't as the known top caliber of artists, the superstars, as they call them. All right, that's pretty wild. I love doing these weird, insane scenes and stuff. Like when I was drawing this, I was, let me just see if I can give you guys a sort of view of it and stuff. I can vaguely look up at my phone and stuff and see some of the comments. So first off, thank you so much for coming in and checking me out. I really am honored, because again, you could be not checking me out. So and I am honored that people are really digging the stuff that I do. I know that my style is a very retro kind of style, and I embrace it. This is stuff I grew up with that I love. I tell people the first comic, I'll say the second comic, because I remember the first comic was a Spider-Man. I grew up in Jamaica Plain in Boston, and it was this guy who had he converted a school bus into this little store in my neighborhood. And I remember getting a Spider-Man comic book. I don't even know what issue it was, but I would say that was the first comic book that I had. But then the one that sort of stuck with me was when my mom took me to Child World, which was located in Dedham, Mass. And went in, and there was a spinner rack and it was filled with like they had comic books, but they were like in plastic bags. Like I swear, I want to say it was like 10 to a bag kind of thing. And the first comic right on the cover, on the first one was the Shogun Warriors, that famous issue number one with Raideen on the cover, done by Herb Trimpe. And I'm telling you, my eyes lit up. It changed everything for me. I was like, I begged my mom, please, 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 and yeah, she got it for me. I mean, at the time, I forgot those comic books. I mean, literally, it was like 10 comic books, and it was like $5 or something. It wasn't even that much, you know. But boy, that changed my life because first and foremost, I mean, I grew up. There was WLVI 56 Creature Double Feature that I love watching. Especially it came on at noontime, so that's where I sort of got my hits of Godzilla, Gamera, all the Toho movies and stuff. And then you had Fox, was it 25 that had the Force 5, and then 56 also I think had G-Force, yeah, was it Battle of the Planet, excuse me, and stuff like that. So, but those are the stuff that I was watching as a kid. And when I saw the comic book of the Shogun Warriors, man, whew, I was like, wow, that means that a person like me who loves these kind of things, I actually have a chance in this business. I could actually, do this kind of stuff and, make a living, because clearly this guy's doing it. My young mind thinking that way. So it was a huge thing for me. I drew all the time. I mean, my mom, I'll never forget when my mom went to buy groceries and stuff, and when they used to have a lot of the brown paper bags, and she would after she would get the groceries out, she would just tear them up into these nice pieces and stuff and say, here you go, draw. And boy, I would draw. I had such a vivid imagination. I had friends too. Like that's one of the things. My personality, I was an extrovert. But also, I had my moments where I want my downtime and I just need to be by myself, kind of thing. And I still got that somewhat. But when I get around people, I'm a blast. I like to have fun and whatever. But when I was by myself, my imagination would be out there, and I would really I would think all kind of crazy stuff, man. I never forget, like there would be dudes in school, and we would do contests. No, I don't know if the contests or whatever, but to see who could draw the best thing, that kind of thing, And so the guys, we would draw cars, for instance, and I would always do like research. Like my cars had to make sense. Where they would just draw these things and whatever, and they would just create weird stuff on their vehicles and stuff. Where I would be like, nah, man, car's gonna fly. It's gotta have this and this and this and such. And some of those cats didn't like that stuff, But hey, man, I was like, I always had like a competitive nature in that sense. I was like, yo, man, I'm in it to win it. You don't like it. Hey, I know what I did. So, and I always would be like, I want to learn. I want to learn to get better. That's crazy. All right, let's see. All right, I'm gonna break up the Pentel right now. Let's see. Now, I'll be honest with you. For years, I would use like a regular brush, a sable brush and stuff for inking. I like to throw a shout out to Rob Stoll. Rob Stoll is an old buddy of mine from Boston who worked in the comic book field and stuff, Marvel and other places. And I remember when he was living in New York, seeing him ink and stuff, and man, his inking was on point. His brushes were sharp, clean, man, and just by watching and just hanging back and just looking at it, I learned so much. I think the thing about it is that you have to reach that point where you're very comfortable with what you're doing, very relaxed. Like I don't get too stressed out when I'm doing my work. I'm having fun with it. And I think that's what people should want. I mean, anytime somebody, wants to commission an artist to do something, don't you want the artist to be relaxed and comfortable and stuff, and that they're jazzed about it? You don't want them to be all stressed out and stuff. Make it so impossible that they can't do what you're hiring them to do. No, that, I'll probably be doing that where I just sort of shift off into other conversation and stuff. That's how my mind flows. So anyway, I was thinking of things to draw for this day and stuff, and immediately my mind just came back to the Shogun Warriors, and then I was like, what about the Inhumanoids? And for me, when I'm creating these kind of pieces, which a lot of people have seen me post and stuff, I'm such a stickler on having a story. You gotta have a story that goes along with it. And so in my head, I said, okay, what if you have the underground base? And I saw a little thing of it. You have the underground base right here, and if you look at the Shogun Warriors, I don't know if it's issue 2 or issue 3, where they show them training in the underground base beneath the Shogun Sanctuary, and so my idea is that maybe they were having a sequence of the training, and something happened where either they shot off a blast and they went crazy and then opened up a side of the wall because it's underground and whatever, and then the Inhumanoids sort of burst in. It could either be that, or it could either be the Inhumanoids sort of bursting in and stuff. And while that's going on, Earth Core is coming in to try to they're already chasing the Inhumanoids, but they're just all kind of led up into this sort of team up, or not team up kind of thing, or mashup or whatever. Yeah. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming in to watch this. Early Saturday morning. It's a little humid. Let me do a little feathering in there. Now, I'll tell you one thing. Inhumanoids is one of those cartoons that is so weird. Like, I am so surprised that no one has not tried to jump on this and license it. Like, I would love to see the Inhumanoids done, like rebooted. I mean, but to have that same level of like the horror, like straight out, like the Inhumanoids to me, what made them so great was that they were just straight out horror, like a horror cartoon with these creatures that were giant creatures and stuff, and then you had humans who were fighting them. With these weird kind of suits and stuff, which and the suits were kind of, they weren't beautiful suits. Like Iron Man has a beautiful, like I consider Iron Man's suit very beautiful. It's a beautiful armor, but their suits were just like, they look like they're something that like now, like something that you see people like creating now, like functional kind of things, these big bulky things. So I've always wondered. So that was one of the things that sort of, when I did that first Inhumanoids piece, that I was like, man, I wonder how many people out there still remember the Inhumanoids. All right, let's see. I'll try not to talk too much. Stop blabbering. And again, my head's down, so I can't really see any of the comments and stuff, but if you're in there, you're just joining, thank you again. I hope that you're enjoying what you're seeing. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete this piece in the time that I said. It's a big piece. It's rare. Like, honestly, I don't draw let's see, I don't draw them this big that much. Let's see. I just want to make sure. Let me see. Alright, I'm scanning for a second because I'm seeing some notices. Let's see. Everybody watching? Alright, good. Alright, sorry for moving the camera and stuff. Let's see if I can move that down there a little. Just doing a little shifting. Man. Oh, sorry for the little movement around. Oh, I'm gonna have a little sweet coffee. Let's see. Alright. Hopefully everybody's seeing everything pretty fine. Now, one of the things I loved about the stuff that Herb Trimpe did for the Shogun Warriors was that it had a very organic kind of feel to it. I love the organic feel of robots. I mean, especially mecha. You know, I think with the Shogun Warriors, they felt like I was looking. You know, it was a Marvel comic book, and the way the characters moved and stuff, they weren't stiff. They had a fluidity to them. You know, and that's what I love the most about it. And I kind of picked up that kind of stuff, and that kind of way of drawing, and the kind of fluid style. So I guess technically I'm drawing in a way how the superheroes would be. They just happen to be giant machines. But I mean, isn't that like how the original stuff was? You know, when I used to watch Force 5, man, Grandizer and stuff like that, they were very fluid. I mean, it used to get me, man, when you see the robots and they're like, they get shot and they're like screaming, like in pain. You know, you watch, what was it, Get a Robo G, or we called it the Star Vengeance here. And they'd be in pain and stuff like that, and stuff like screaming. And that's amazing. I love that stuff. It just made them seem like it made the robots feel alive, in my opinion. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, that's a tiny one. All right, so I guess I have my 00. I did 005 over here. So let's see. A little bit of stuff in here. Oh, Metlar. Man, what an interesting character. The way they designed... Actually, you know what? I'm going to go a little bigger. Let's see what we got here. Okay, this is 003. Okay, just give me a second. I'm going to pop out a brand new... I'm going to get a bigger mic on. But the way they designed Metlar, just all Inhumanoids is pretty cool. But Metlar, what a crazy, like, his hand. It's weird. Like, it's like there's no thumb. He has like these two fingers, well, four, I guess, and there's no thumb. All right, let's see. Yeah, man. I mean, definitely. Add in if you would love to see like the Inhumanoids get rebooted and stuff. God, can you imagine a new toy line? Could you imagine if Todd McFarlane was doing Inhumanoids? Woo, those figures would be sick. And I love the fact that they're like when I was drawing this, I was thinking of scale. And my first thought was that again, the Shogun Warriors are giants. The Shogun Warriors are like roughly the size of like how the Pacific Rim Jaegers are. So we're talking like roughly close to 300 feet tall, while the Inhumanoids would probably be closer to how the Marvel Sentinels, I think. I always thought in that term, like roughly 20 feet tall, maybe even a little taller than that, but big enough so that they could hold a human being in their hands, clearly. But definitely not as big as the Shogun Warriors would be. But nevertheless, it doesn't make them any less powerful. I love that stuff. Like I did a piece a long time ago where I did Optimus Prime and he's shooting Gal Gagger, the King of Braves, Gal Gagger and stuff, and people would be like, "Oh, it's not possible," whatever. And I'm like, "Yeah, but that's the fun thing about it, man. You don't get. I don't get restrained by stuff where you sit there and it's like you start thinking about this weird science behind the thing. It'd just be really cool. Because if I was to do it, why couldn't Optimus Prime go up against Gal Gagger? The fight alone would be fun. It almost remind me of the not contest of champions. Oh God, I mentioned this before on I believe it was on the Kaiju Curry House. There was this book. I think it was the Marvel 2-in-1 with the Thing, where the Thing and a bunch of other like super strong Marvel characters were selected by this guy called the Champion, and he was blue with red hair, big muscle bound guy, and he goes around to people onto worlds, and he challenges their strongest combatants. And so he chose the Thing, he chose Thor, he chose the Hulk, Wonder Man was in there, Colossus was in there. I think that was it. And then yeah, and the Thing. I think I said the Thing. All right. So he says, all right, let's go. And he has like this boxing ring and stuff. And he's like, okay, let's see what you guys got. So he goes for the Hulk, and the Hulk, of course, shreds his gloves, and because he hits the Hulk, and then the Hulk freaks out and gets all like berserker rage. And then he's like, well, I can't fight this savage beast. So he teleports him away. And then Sasquatch was in it too. That's right, Sasquatch was in it, and he hits Sasquatch. I think he gives him a gut punch. Sasquatch goes, and I like Sasquatch too. Sasquatch goes down like a bag of laundry, man. He's done. And then Wonder Man, I think he hits Wonder Man. Wonder Man goes down. Thor, he hits Thor. Or I don't know if he hits Thor, but I know that Thor goes for Mjolnir, and he's like, nope, you can't. The rules are you can't have a weapon. So he sends Thor away, and then the Thing is, I believe, Thor hits Colossus, and Colossus goes down, and then the Thing is the last one, Ben Grimm. So Ben Grimm gets ready and stuff, and they go at it. And I'm telling you, man, this is the reason why I love the Thing. He just has the heart, man. He's like, oh, come on. And I just love how at the end the Champion stops the fight, because he's like, I can't fight a person like you, because I would have to kill you. And you know, because you'll just keep fighting to the point that he would have to be forced to kill him. And he said, that's not my intention of this. And he technically he leaves, you know. And the Thing is just jacked up, like he's just, you know, whatever, still talking smack even as he goes down. But it just shows you like the heart, man. And I love that. I love that stuff where you take this underdog kind of thing, and he still put some scrap in. So my feeling is, when I did that piece with Optimus Prime, I was like, you know, the idea to me is like the underdog. Would Optimus Prime just stand there and just be like, yeah, you know, King of Braves, I'm gonna, you know, just let you just take some hits at me? No, I think Optimus Prime be thrown down. He'll use everything he can, and if he happens to lose, then he happens to lose. But you get an amazing battle. I don't think he'll just be sitting around being like, okay, yeah, take me out. You know, I love that stuff. I always see people talking about the whole thing with Kong and Godzilla, which that's got to be due to. I got to work on a King Kong piece. I did one a long time ago, which is funny, way before the way Kong is now. And I did the Attack of Skull Island piece, and that came out of my head. Like, I always had that idea of making King Kong look more as a what's this, humongous, more like ape humanoid kind of thing, you know. And I did that, my version, and it's so funny how he's almost like on the line of that. So I would love to you know, do another piece and stuff that's connected more to what's going on in the MonsterVerse. I'm very happy, first and foremost. When people ask me, I'm just like, hey man, I'm just happy that, you know, that I'm actually seeing these characters that I grew up with in the mainstream, and people aren't treating them as like dumb, foolish things, you know. You know, that the fact that Hollywood is actually taking the time to say, we're going to direct these things, these characters, this genre. I mean, that's huge, because I remember growing up when they were really looked down upon. Hollywood wouldn't even give a lick, would give nothing. They'd be like, we're not gonna, Godzilla who? You know, especially after everything that happened with the Zilla movie. Oh, they were like, what are you talking about? You crazy? You on crack? You ain't gonna do this, ain't happening. You know, so the fact that that it's got done, I'm very happy. I'm happy for all this stuff. I'm happy for the comic movies and everything. You know, I've had the pleasure of working in for production houses and stuff, and I'm just one of the people where, as a person who is a commercial illustrator, an artisan, whose career is creating art, that so many other artisans are able to make a living, working on some really cool projects like this. It makes me happy. I'm happy to see that. You know, I sit and watch the credits, and I love seeing all the names on there, all the people that are part of it, of the production, making all that magic for people to look at and enjoy. Whew, man, it's crazy, man. I actually have an internet radio station going on right now, 70s. I just sort of picked a random one and said, okay, this one sounds pretty good. I have my own kind of mixed music, but I kind of just wanted just music, not too much lyrics and stuff. Mhm. Wow. And one of the things about that I liked about Metlar was that just the fact that there's molten lava in his mouth. Like I tried to capture that right here. We get this weird scene. I'm also a huge fan of just drawing multiple stuff in pieces. That's one of the reasons why when I draw my actual, like when I do say like comic pages, I do them at the actual size of a comic book. So that I guess one could say almost like manga size. I learned that a long time ago. Um, I used to buy a ton of artwork, back then, a ton of like original artwork, which occasionally I still do, but I've cut it down a lot. Just you got to pay bills, right? Um, so I remember buying this guy's artwork, and I remember he drew small, like he had like 2 pages per like one of these comic board pages and stuff. And I was like, whoa, man. I mean, as a freelancer, you always got to think you're a business. You yourself are a business and stuff, and so you have to think of ways to cut costs on stuff. You don't want to have to end up, spending a lot of time. Time equals money, and you want to be able to jump on a gig and then be able to complete that gig and then move on to the next gig and so forth. That's the survival. That's the survival of in our industry. So anyway, when I saw that, I said, okay. And the guy had good art, that too. I mean, the reason why I really got, I was like, man, this guy's really good and stuff like that. And I said, I love this idea that this person had, this artist had. So what I did was I purchased it and got it and started examining the pages. And I was like, wow, man. I was like, this is pretty cool. Let me try this. One of the problems I've always had drawing at 11 by 7 or 10 by 15 or 11 by 17, but 10 by 15 is I look at a lot of my old drawings because I used to do that. I mean, I think you start off doing that. I, I tended to add a lot of stuff. Most people where I want to fill the page up, and my mind would be like, yeah, just add this and add this and add this and add this. But when it got reduced down, it looked like just muck. It didn't make me happy. I wasn't happy by it. I still have old pages from some comic book stuff that I did years ago, and I just they're painful. They're painful to look at. But I'm glad they exist because it shows that my work came from someplace. So, but so seeing this kind of style, seeing the style, but seeing how he drew it and stuff, it really inspired me. Also during that time, I was starting to get into doing sketch cards. Like I got contacted by someone, which is funny. When I always see people when they talk about Facebook and whatever, a lot of the gigs that I've gotten has been through Facebook. Through Facebook and just being online and stuff. People just send me PMs and stuff and say, hey, how you doing? And I mean, granted, you are going to have some people who, it is what it is. I'm so used to when I worked in advertising and stuff, working with the big companies, and it's word of mouth, and then you're dealing with art directors, creative directors, and stuff like that. But when I started doing stuff more like this, it's a lot of stuff's been on Facebook. Just people reaching out to me and saying, hey, look, I like your work, I see your posts, and I think you might be good for this. So anyway, that's what happened with me with sketch cards. My first gig was what was it? Fivefinity Productions, in which they brought me in. He said, you like my stuff? And I was like, sketch cards? I knew nothing about them, to be honest with you. When he explained them to me, Stephen Frank did, I was like, wow, so you like storyboard frames? He's like, storyboard? I said, yeah, I do storyboard frames, but just, smaller, 2 by 5, two and a half by 3.5, excuse me. So I said, yeah, let me try that. So at the time he had some great IPs that he was doing. Like he had the Greatest American Hero, he had Archie. God, who else? I know he had Voltron. He got Kong too, Kong Skull Island, and just really, really cool stuff. And I was like, all right, let me try this, and it opened my eyes up to this whole world of like sketch card art and collectors. And so I got into that, and then I bounced off and started working with other companies like Upper Deck, and worked on some of the Marvel IPs, which were fun. And it's funny because I was the kind of artist when I was doing stuff on Upper Deck. I would be like trying to draw the most obscure like Marvel characters. Like I have Marvel Universe books and stuff, so I was like, because I was like, hey, I know 1,000 people gonna try to draw Captain America, and that's cool, but let's see who I can draw. And I would pull up all kind of people, like was it Food Killer, and God, it's so many characters. Trust me, I was pulling up some really obscure people, and a lot of the collectors were really digging that. They were like, wow, man, really, who's this person? Well, you also had to write I would write the name of the character too, so people could know who it is. But I like that. That made me, it made me feel good that people would love these kind of characters and stuff. So, but what it did was it just taught me how to draw a much more smaller, and to be able to get a lot more information in a smaller, condensed kind of size. So even to today, when I do my pages, my page art is really smaller size. I like it. It's easier. But then things like this come along and stuff, and end up drawing these really big 11 by 17 pieces. Although I must say the biggest piece by far that I've ever done has been the piece I did for the gallery showing that happened this past February here in Providence. It was okay, I gotta stand up for this one. That using my straight edge triangle, but in art school we call it a straight edge, because I'm gonna show Radine's arrow sort of flying. And yes, I still got a ton of these. I actually still have my T, what is it called? The T-bar? T-square? I forgot the name of it. It's like this huge T-square thing that device tool that I used when I was in art school. Way back in 1991 and stuff. And I still have it. I just haven't had the any chance to use it and stuff. But it's a great thing just to sort of do these, straight edge lines and stuff. Yes. Hey, I'm looking up now. Hey, Jim, thank you very much. All right, there's Radine over there. I really hope you guys are enjoying it. I've seen a few. Tried to watch a few of the these Facebook lives and stuff, and just because of work-wise and stuff. Yeah, it's really tough, because I got to focus on the artwork as well. I try to tell people that because I'm a commercial illustrator, I'm not just working on one gig. I don't have that luxury of, you just saying, okay, well, I'm working on this one comic book project and that's it. No, there's times where, I may get a call to do stuff. I remember doing some stuff for a plumbing company. Yeah, they wanted some advertising for a superhero local company and stuff like that. They contacted me. So while I'm working on that, I'm working on, whatever, comic pages, character designs. You become you're a contractor, so everything's multitasking. All right. Radine's a cool character, isn't he? Man, I'm still a huge fan of Dan Gardes, and my reason behind that is that I don't know. When I was as a kid, when I looked at Dan Gardes, because he had lips, and he always looked Afrocentric to me. I'll be honest with you. When I looked at it, I was like, I saw myself in Dan Gardes. I was like, wow, man, And I always thought, and when they had on Force Fight, I love the story when the character's named Windstar and his dad was, it dealt technically with slavery kind of thing, where people are being enslaved, by Commissar Krell, so that that they can work for him to get to Promethe, this lush new world. And I love Dangardes because also I've always had this love for for ships, airplanes, jets, and that kind of thing. I told Jess that when I was in high school, I went to Dorchester High for 1 year, and I wanted to get into the school called the Yamana School, and they had an ROTC program that was with the Air Force, and I tried to get into it. I just, unfortunately, I wasn't able to, and then that kind of bummed me out. So then I just was like, all right, maybe the Air Force isn't for me. But anyway, back to Dangardes. I love that, the big bomber and all that stuff. I love the fact that they built Dangardes. I love the fact that the pilots trained how to operate Dangardes. That's another big thing, because in a lot of these sort of super robot shows, you have these people who are they're given these incredible machines, either through clandestine things or whatever, and it's just like, oh, you're the one meant to operate this, and that's cool too. That's the whole fantasy element of it. I love that, but something about the fact that they built it and the process of it, like it took them time, and then the pilots had to learn how to they had to learn how to fly just to actually operate Vanguard. Was, man, it just seemed very realistic to me. Like that's how it would be. Like if they had to build Vanguards, you would have to go through a process, and I always loved that. So anyway, that was my love for Vanguards. And then when Marvel finally did the comic book, and you find out that his operator is Ilongo Savage, who is a black man from Madagascar, I was like, whoa! It was just beautiful. So yeah, so I have a lot of love for Dangardes. He's always been my favorite. My other favorites would probably be I do love Ghetto Robo a lot. Star Avengers. I love the fact that they're the 3-in-1 capability. To transform into multiple robots, which I love that. And then I don't know. See, it's funny. I love them all. Let me just say that. And I do love Grandizer a lot. But I love Guy King too. I love Guy King a lot. Because again, I love that idea that they had the space. Well, I'll call it Space Dragon. I can't think of the Japanese name right now, top of my head. But the Great Space Dragon, and how like they had all these little ships that kind of landed in there. Oh, I just want to show you guys something. Now, see right here, there's a little accident right there, and that's okay. It's like the good thing about these pieces and why I love original artwork is that when you look at some of the old school artwork, old school comic book pages and stuff like that, you see these little accidents. That, to me, as a collector, that's the value. I remember having pages where you would see like a coffee stain on the edge of the paper or something. That's why people collect art. They want to see those little mistakes, those things like that. I know I do. I want to see the human side of the person, knowing that, like the whiteout that they had to use, like I'll have to use some whiteout to clean that up. That is just not perfect. So that's why I love collecting art, original art pieces. I want to be able to at least get a piece of what that artist was doing, to see that they make accidents. What was it? Bob Ross, Happy Little Accidents? Is that what he called it? All right, let's see. Oh man, get the hair out of there. Hope you guys are still hanging in there. I mean, I was grappling with this over the week. I'm like, who's gonna want to watch me just drawing this thing? This is crazy. I've tried to watch some, and I've seen them, but it's like, how do you keep these things interested? And I'm just rambling on and stuff, and you guys want to hear me rambling? Yeah. Let me talk about some. I'll talk about some kaiju stuff. My favorite Kaiju again. It's gonna be another robot. Is Mechagodzilla, and the Showa era Mechagodzilla. You know, if I was gonna really pick a character, yeah, I've always felt that that Godzilla foe is like the definitive. You know, it's almost like you look at Terminator, and that's Godzilla's Terminator. It just looks gnarly, and I love how they did the character. Like it itself was this character. It wasn't just this soulless dead machine. It actually had a persona and stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely a cool character. I really hope everyone's checking out the KaijuConLine and stuff like that. I don't know what else events they're going to be having and stuff. Usually my Sundays are a day off. That was a promise I made to Jess when I moved here and stuff. I said, you know, because before I didn't really take care of myself that much, and I said, you know what, I gotta start taking care of better care of myself. You know, because you know I love her, and this is, you know, you can't mess around with your health, man. You know, I love my art, but I don't want to be one of those dudes who's like, you know, yeah, in memoriam of, not like that. That's all I'm saying. So I said, okay, I'll take some days off no matter what, and that's a hard thing to do because I am a workaholic. You know, I'll just keep working. I actually have already started working on some thumbnails for the new Martian Trump, which is it's a fun satire comic. You know, it really is. Tammy's doing an amazing job as a writer, and she's really shaping this really fun story and stuff like that. It's funny because I don't think a lot of people know that I've done editorial cartoons. Yeah, I did some editorial stuff for Soko magazine here in the Northeast, and it was cool. I don't have a problem with it, you know. I think and you know, it's for me, I guess, in my mindset. I'm a contractor, you know. And when I went to school, art school, my teachers always were like, look, you know, you get hired. Now, I said, yeah, there's certain levels. I mean, there's certain gigs that, you know, you have to answer that question of whether or not you feel uncomfortable working with something. And every artist has that right, you know. But, you know, you have to look at whatever the bigger picture on what the project is. And then, you know, if it's working. And to me, I was like, yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem doing this kind of stuff. You know, if I did, I'll let somebody know. I am known for turning down projects. Yeah, I excuse myself from if I feel that I can't give a project what it needs, I will, and if I can, I'll try to pass it on to somebody. Yeah, or suggest somebody. Yeah, I think every artist should be to that place where, you know, if you feel you can't do something, then don't do it. Don't put the client through that. You know, try to take on too much. Again, I think it's tough because when I was younger, I was always constantly chasing assignments. I had a lot of different clients, and you know, and I just didn't, you know, I didn't sleep. You know, I'll be turning 50 next month, and I value my sleep. I value my ritual of working out and going to sleep at 7 p.m. and stuff like that. I value all that stuff. When I was in my 20s, no, I didn't. I definitely was a party animal. Party like a madman. Yeah. But now, yeah, I'm happy. Let's see. What do we got here, Dan God? What are we doing? Dan God, what are you doing to me? It's funny because you could look at these characters. Like, I've seen these characters 1,000 times, but boy, it's like you need the reference. And it's funny coming from me because I mean, when I first started out, I did not want to look at reference. You know, I mean, advertising actually taught me a lot. I will tell anyone it's a shame because I think advertising it might have changed than when I went. I mean, before they were in in-house studios and stuff, which were really great. Um, Advertising taught me the power of marketing and promotion. It is everything. If that's anything anyone can get from just listening to me, understand that it is everything. That do not look at marketing and promotion as something that is secondary. You should always have that at the forefront. As good as you are, you know, somebody who may not be that strong can still overcome what you're doing with a good marketing campaign, a good promotion. That's a fact. And so those are the things that I learned. I learned that, you know, just by just being there, being in meetings, watching, learning, listening. And yeah, it taught me a level of professionalism. You know, understanding what the client's looking for. Well, Vanguard Ace. All right. Now, see, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to bounce around a little bit. You know, try to hit various ones and stuff like. Sorry about the shaking; keeps bumping into the thing. Let me just look up just to make sure you guys can see everything. All right. All right. I can see some names up in there, and I like to say, "What's up? What's up?" Glad you made it. Let's see. Let's see if I can get some more rating in there. You know what I love from the old school stuff, especially with Marvel, was just the heavy use of blacks and stuff. I remember going to, oh God, what con was that? I want to say it was the Big Apple con back in the day in Manhattan. And I just remember going there, and I remember bumping into Jim Lee. Yeah, Jim Lee was just he was just in his early, just starting out and stuff. But he was pretty well known. And I remember bumping into him really quick. But then Mike Mignola was there, and also Joe Kubert. Now I had a chance to go up to Mike Mignola, and I talked to him. I showed him my stuff. I think I had to be in art school by that time. Showed him my stuff, and he looked at my stuff, and he said, yeah, he said I could tell you really like doing, you know, a lot of darks. And I said, yeah. And he said, well, just be conscious of your the balance and stuff like that. And he said, and you'll do okay. And it was a really cool vibe, man. And he was really cool and stuff. And I was like, all right. So then after him, I remember seeing Joe Kubert. And Joe Kubert was just sort of hanging around, like he was just standing and stuff like that. So I walked over to him. And I said, hey, Mr. Kubert and stuff like that. And I told him, and I was like, yeah. I had explained to him that, but yeah, I was in art school. I told him how I had a scholarship, and my scholarship was, they said I could pick some schools, and the Cuban school came up, but I didn't want to leave Mass. I didn't want to leave Massachusetts, so I decided to go with the school that I went to, and I'm glad I did, you know, and I have no regrets on that. And I think I might have told him that, and he just smiled at me and stuff. He said, all right. He said, okay. And he looked at us, and he said, oh, good. And I remember he put his arm around me. He was just like, yeah. He said, well, he said, good to see some artists out there and stuff like that and doing stuff. It was just a really warm, friendly kind of, you know, almost fatherly kind of thing, you know. I was like, oh man, you know. And he just advised me, he said, don't give up, just don't give up, you know. And I hold true to that. Don't give up. You gotta be a cheerleader. You gotta be your own cheerleader. I mean, the first thing that you know, teachers will always say was that they said, Frank, one door closes, two door open. Yeah, I lived it. I live by that mantra. One door closes, two door open. I never worry about that kind of stuff, and it's true. You know, you can't allow yourself to start, you know, worrying about something that you have no control over. You just kind of got to just say, okay, well, there's a lot of people out there. How do I get my work out in front of those people? There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people who like various kind of artwork. There's a lot of people out there who are looking for new stuff, new kind of styles and whatever. You just find them. You got to be proactive though. This can't be about that you sort of sit back and kind of you're not doing anything about it. You got to get in there, get in the trenches, man. All right, let's see. I think he called it the break. I think they call it the Breaker Blade. I can honestly say I've not seen all of the Ray Dean TV show. it kills me, man. I wish that they could do a dubbing for a lot of these shows. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, again, the only way that I could really watch a lot of these shows, if I was to like watch them while I'm drawing, is that I have a little VCR, portable VCR. But you know, I can't sit and read subtitles when I'm drawing. Come on, man. You know, it's funny because I get people who's always suggesting shows and stuff to me, but I'm like, man, it's like I don't have time to. I can't sit there and read the subtitles, man. You know, it takes the fun out of it, and I don't speak um, Japanese, so you know, it would be nice. It would be nice. Like if it's a dub show, then yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I remember going to one of my anime. I remember going to an anime club back in the day, back in the '80s and stuff. And and they used to give us like little like pamphlets and stuff that would break down what the you know what the story was about and stuff, and tell us, you know, let us know what, you know, the dialogue was and stuff like that. And that was my first, you know, entry into the anime. You know, I would go to these meetings and stuff. I remember they had like this little pamphlet book too, and I remember I put some artwork in it. I don't know. I don't know if I still even have it. I would have to dig through stuff. Maybe it'd be really cool, but it was some of my early stuff. I'm a huge fan of the more dark, heavy line animation from the '80s, more crime noir, what I call the crime noir look. You know, like the Go-Go 13, The Professional, Fist of the North Star. What's the other one? Demon City Shijuku, I believe. Wicked City. What other ones? And of course Akira. Jeez. Crying Freeman. You know, on and on. That kind of stuff. That's, you know, I do like the early Lupin stuff, and of course I love you know, the early Astro Boy or the Tessagent 28 stuff. 8-Man. I actually end up, Evangelion has always been kind of a mystery for me. You know, I did watch a series. I ended up getting some of the books about it and stuff. I even went on the Wikipedia, and it still boggles my mind what it is. It's all about. I'm in that weird belief where I think that sometimes if a story's so too complicated, it may get away from me. Like I'm still in that frame of mind where I think that in storytelling, it has to be, there's got to be a level of entertainment still in there. It has to be obtainable to the audience. It's almost like with Blade Runner and stuff like that, or you know, something that could be so like super, you know, really out there, and then but you make it attainable so that people can look at it and be like, okay, I get it. Whereas if you create something that has so much, you know, I don't know what the word is, like it's so complicated, and what your message you're trying to get out there, it's like, whoa, it goes past people. That even to this point where you're trying to explain it, like you're doing, you know, you're trying to do more and more different animes to try to explain what you're doing. It's like, God, dude, I don't know. You know? But with that said, I'm glad that Evangelion exists. I mean, I'll be honest with you. To me, the only parts I really like is really when the mechs are really added. That's the stuff that really excites me, is when the mechs are actually doing stuff. The Gellions, those figures. I don't know if are they considered mechs or organic. I don't know. I'm always confused by that, because they're alive. Another show that's it's funny, because people would ask me, they go, well, you know, how do you feel about Gundam? I remember Gundam. Gundam wasn't my cup of tea, just in the sense that I felt that Gundam was a very military-based sort of storyline, which is it's not a problem. It's just that I'm one of those people where I love like a more the fantasy, like, you know, like clandestine organization, aliens attack, some person has a secret base, you know, just real superhero kind of stuff. Whereas with Gundam, it definitely had a storyline that was, you know, very military kind of storyline, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, I love Robotech or Macross. I thought Macross was great, and also What's the other one? I was gonna say Star Blazers, but it's not Star Blazers. Battleship Yamato. So, so it's funny too, because years later I started doing. I was hired to do some patchwork featuring Gundam figures. So it's kind of like something figures, characters that I hadn't really thought about really drawing. I kind of did them. Yeah, it's funny. Well, you know the thing about it, because I'm so hardwired to be, to work, to be a contractor and stuff like that. So when someone comes along and they say, "Hey, look, we want to commission you to do this," then it's like, okay, it forces me to sort of, break through something. Like I wouldn't like just want to draw the character, but if somebody's saying, "Hey, I want to commission you to do it," then there you go. There's my incentive. I did that same thing for like Deadpool. Like I wasn't a huge fan of Deadpool until the movie came out, and then I drew, and then yeah, I had some people commission me to do Deadpool, and I did them, and I was like, oh, okay, like the character is cool, and that's okay. Let's see. Whew. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna get a little drink of some juice here. You guys can. It's kind of good to kind of bounce around the different pods of it, just to sort of, so I don't get all like, ugh. Once again, thank you so much for those that are in here watching this. So you can see that I'm not faking when I post my stuff. I once had a person once tell me, it was funny, man. They were like, "You didn't do all these images." I was like, "Yeah, man, I did them." Nah, you didn't do. Yeah, back and forth, man. They thought I was faking, hacking. I'm like, dude, don't be saying that next to me, man. You're gonna bring the street out in me. I'm from the street, man. Grew up in the projects. Don't be saying that stuff. I represent. You gotta stand by what you do. You gotta represent your stuff, man. Feel proud about it. That's the key thing, is that you gotta stand by your work. You gotta feel like when you do your work, you stand by it. A person may not like your work, that's fine. But you got to be like, yep, I feel good about it. That's how you know. I remember one of my teachers once told me, he said, look, it's going to take you, he says it's going to take you 20 years to become at the place as a good solid artist. And I was like, oh. And I think about it, it's kind of true. It takes time. It takes time because you have to go through all that the mental aspects of it. Like, not second guessing yourself, like you screw up. Like I look at it, I'll be honest with you, I went through those phases too where you're sort of overthinking things and stuff, and oh my god, and then laboring over work. When I first got into advertising, I'll never forget, I was working on a Delta gig, and one of my teachers, it's funny, one of my teachers was actually working at this agency at the time and stuff, little Charlie. And I'll never forget, like, I was laboring over this piece, because in my mind, I'm like, I want to make this so super good. And he literally said, Frank, this artwork isn't going to be hanging on a museum, on a wall. It's got to get done. We gotta get it to FedEx by, 7 p.m. And I was like, oh man, it's just those little things like that. You hear that, and then it's something. The light bulb clicks in your mind, and it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like in advertising, yeah, some of the best artists I've seen are in advertising that have worked in advertising. I mean, one of the top artists, illustrators out there, artists in the field is Alex Ross. He went to he used to work at Leo Burnett, I believe in Chicago. I remember when I first saw him hit the scene, I was like, he's gonna dominate the scene. I knew it. I said he's gonna take the stuff that he learned when he was in advertising, and he's gonna kill it. And lo and behold, you can look at his work, you can see his work. Even if you look at some of his old stuff, like in storyboards and stuff like that, oh man, he's on point. Because that's in advertising, that's what they taught us. They taught us on how to make an image appealing to the client, so that the client will buy off on it, and then and in turn, the agency benefits from it, and then you in turn are rewarded by, getting more work. It's like a machine. How do you keep that machine alive? You gotta be able to feed the machine. I do love it. I think that the best part is when you worked on a project and you feel really good about it, and you just in the promoting part of it, just because you feel so confident, like you want people to see it. You're like, man, you gotta see this. You got it, man. You know, those are always a fun part. God. I also tell people about the times when I remember first when I was as a newbie out there trying to get work and actually going to agencies and stuff, and God, having somebody just be like, nope, door slam in the face. Yeah, yeah, and it's funny too because I have rejection letters. I still got my rejection letters from like comic book companies. Oh yeah, I keep them. One day I'll be able to put them all up and frame them up in something pretty. But but going to an actual like agency and someone just going like, nope, no. Those are things that you kind of you wear as a badge of honor. You don't have to go through that stuff. Mm. That's pretty cool, huh? Wow, man, can't believe it. I'm fucking kicking butt here. All right, let me see. I'm gonna see if I can swap out. I got so many pens. I wanted to say that right now. I am a hoarder of like so many various pens. I have various like pens and pencils and things from like all the years of me working. So I even have this one. I just got this right here, and it's still in the package. I don't know when I'm gonna use it, but I got it. If the mood hits, I'll use it. All right, I'm gonna flip this over. Oh man. I love doing these. I think people who see my work, man, I love doing the excitement. Remember they used to do that in comic books. You know what I wish they would come back and start doing with comic books is that they start bringing back. Remember when in comic books they would actually have scenes from the comic, like the artist who actually illustrated in the comic book would do the scene on the cover. Like they actually had word balloons and stuff. Like don't open this book or something, or this person's gonna, something bad's gonna happen. It was so exciting. It was just, man, God, that stuff's fun. I wish it'd be nice if they could do stuff like that again. Oh, and as I ramble on, have to tell you guys that I did some work on a sketch card set for Ultraman by R.R. Parks Cards. And hopefully, fingers crossed, it should be out this year. I wish I could tell you guys an exact date, but I don't know that yet. But I must say I am very proud of the work I did on it, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. Ultraman is one of those characters who, like again, I didn't watch a lot of Ultraman stuff. I remember when the show came and they did the one from Australia that came. I think I have the animated Ultraman movie. I remember there was a really cool one too, the super detailed animated one that came out. I don't know if it was during the 90s or whatever. Still trying to search for that one again. That one was really cool. God, I wish I remember the name of it. It was like Ultraman America or something like that, or USA or something. Man, that one was the animation on that was on point. And I want to try to find that one. But yeah. But am I a connoisseur of Ultraman? No. But it was fun working on the sketch card set because I was able to sort of work on various characters and stuff. And they're fun characters. They're really fun, really exciting. I think that's one of the fun things of being a commercial illustrator is that I've been afforded the opportunity, the chance to just work on so many various projects. I also just I did some work for some toy makers overseas, some title card art, and again that's one of those things where it's pretty cool. You're actually working on individuals' figures and stuff like that, and then you're sort of bringing them to life through your art. And so that's really cool. No complaints. God, I gotta admit, I love these Kento brushes. I really do. As much as I love the old inkwell, the reason, see, I actually was contemplating going back to the old school inkwell. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I should do it for this. But here's the thing, doing the dip inks and stuff like that, you see how I'm moving around and stuff like this. Oh, what a nightmare. My first fear would be like, I'm gonna have a spill. And I will admit, I am a messy, messy artist. I am. I've spilled ink, man. Whew. God, I remember my old house, man. I spilled some ink and it just was all on the floor and everything. I was like, oh, whew, some cursing that day. So when I started seeing these kind of brushes coming up, popping up and stuff, I said, oh, let me try them out, and I love them. Fast, easy. You gotta remember, I think that's the thing, because there's that part of me where, uh, you know, as the work that I do, it's all about speed. It's like I try to look for stuff that will minimize, the time drag. I want to be able to complete something and still be able to give quality work, but also not feel like you're working on it for months and months and months. It's just unless, again, I look at in the terms of artists who are capable of doing that. In my case, they're probably really well-known artists, and plus they're making an insane amount of money probably. So yeah, they can afford to do like 3 months or whatever, 3 6 months, and sit back and get like thousands of dollars. I'm clearly not that artist, this kind of artist, no doubt. But it would be nice. It'd be nice to get to that level. I'm definitely honored that there's people who dig it. You know, it's weird. Another thing is that I have a lot of people asking about shows and stuff like that, and I'll be honest with you. I used to go to a lot of shows. I've gone to San Diego Comic Con a couple of years back in the early 2000s. I did, and then off and on I would hit some shows. But as years started going on, I'll be honest with you. Again, that's that part of my mind where it's based on economics, where I was starting to notice that my bang for buck just wasn't coming back. You take a trip, you got to bring supplies and stuff like that, so you can be easily spending thousands of dollars, but the return isn't that great. And the thing about it, as a working artist, I can't just look at something and just be like, okay, let me just blow away a grand or more than that, because you're staying at hotels and stuff like that. So that's why, I sort of had to make a decision. I said, well, I can't just do these big shows. My payoffs are coming back, and it's not that great. Many of these big shows are focusing on other things, and it's not driving um, people to really focus on the artists and stuff like that. So, and again, I'm one of those people. I'm very careful because I'm not about trying to throw shade on stuff, man. It is what it is. I understand business and capitalism and stuff like that, and it's tough. It's a hard thing. It exists. So I'm not going to try to beat my head against the wall trying to say, okay, how the system going to change and stuff like that. I think it's going to be time if it ever does. But right now, for this situation, while I'm living now, you kind of got to go with the flow of it, and it is what it is. So for me, I was like, I just can't do these shows. I can't be spending or wasting money like this. So that's why I sort of pulled back and started just focusing on smaller shows, or if a show invited me, then at least that saves some of the costs. And then of course the pandemic came, and that changed everything. I was actually really excited to try Ace Comic Con. I was getting really excited for it too. It's just different. I hadn't been to Boston for years. All right, let's see. Hope you guys are enjoying it, and hope my rambling isn't like shut this guy up, man. Oh man, I'm just honored that you guys are taking the time and checking me out and seeing this, and hopefully you're checking out the other stuff too. I know that Matt Frank had something going on with Ultraman and stuff. Matt's an amazing artist, man. Yeah, and Matt's gonna be working on some commission, some stuff for me, man. And how long I'm waiting. I've been waiting. I have some. I actually purchased some of his pieces of work for another person, actually, I believe. And I love it. I love his style. Matt Frank. He's one of the reasons why when I was working doing the stuff for Sunstone Games and stuff, he really invigorated me. His art style. You know, he has a lot of energy in his work, a lot of power in it, and that's how art should be. It should be something where people look at and you get inspired. You know, I love looking at other artists' work, especially artists that are really doing things and stuff like that and inspiring it. You know, it's just another artist that I man got really hooked into, which I'll be honest, I didn't think I was going to was Kaiju Mox by Xander Cannon. I remember seeing Kaiju Mox off and on. I would see it and stuff, and I just looked at it. And I was like, I don't know, you know. And then I don't know, like I just started seeing him popping up and stuff like that. And then I think we spoke or something. I responded to something on Twitter, and he responded back, which I think that's always a good thing. You know, and I said, yeah, check this dude's work out. So let me check it out. And I read it, and I was like, okay. Okay. I mean, he's a phenomenal writer, man. And his artwork works. That's the trippy part about it. Like, I feel like he really captured that Showa era kind of thing, but then it's almost like Showa era meets Oz. You know, was it Oz on HBO? It was Oz on HBO? I don't know, I forgot. But Oz was a fantastic TV show, man. Oof, oof, man. But yeah, and I mean, again, look at his style. Love it, man. I love his style. I did two pieces, and I had to sort of like stop myself from trying to image. I think that's a tough thing because I was almost when I was drawing it, I was like I had to keep telling myself, don't try to draw it as if Xander's drawing. You got to draw it as Frankie B's drawing it. You know, because that's the key thing. It's about you having your voice. Like I see people and they'll contact me and they'll ask me about art, and I'm like, you have to find your voice. You know, and it's sad because you hear stories of people who try to tell people to draw at like other people at TV are like, oh, can you draw like Jim Lee and whatever? I'm like, my feeling is like, if that's the case, you want somebody to draw like, then why don't you go and save your money and hire Jim Lee? Don't try to tell somebody to draw like Jim Lee. You know, you could literally you're trying to destroy someone's voice. Why not look at their work constructively and see the potential there? Don't try to destroy it, man. They got a voice right now, budding voice in their work, in their art. You know, see if you can cultivate that. You know, I always felt like, why don't a lot of these companies and stuff, why don't they treat it like when what's those guys? When they go out and get players, they go to these high schools and places and stuff and try to recruit recruiters. Like they go out and they find these young players and stuff. Looking at that degree, look at it's recruiters. Look at these youngsters that are doing some of this stuff and really looking to see the potential. Be like, oh yeah, I can see how this person, just a little rough on the edge here, but man, give them like a year or so, or whatever, we can see something. I mean, I wonder if they do that. So the fact of trying to mold somebody to be someone who's already is doing quite well. This is no shade toward Jim Lee either. It's keeping it real. I got mad respect for Jim Lee. Jim Lee's cranked on some solid stuff. Another person that I got mad respect for, Sean, his name Gordon Murphy. Yeah, I used to hear a lot of talk about that Batman White Knight. I know I'm switching. This is supposed to be about kaiju's and stuff, but I just got to do a shout out for that book. Woo-hoo. I'm glad. It's like one of those things where again I waited, and then I said, let me read it, and I was like, I don't know, let me just see how this is. And boy, I was like, okay. I love that. I love that feeling when you read something, you're just like, okay. it's a great feeling, man. He nailed it. And that dude's artwork is on point. You hear me? On point. All right. So anyway, Shogun Warriors. Sad. There's only 20 issues, man. I came so close to adding Red Ronin into this, but the problem was, again, as I said earlier, was that, when I'm drawing, I'm always in my head. I'm seeing these stories sort of unfold, and it has to make sense to me. Like I'm not one of those people where I'll just draw something and just be like, okay, and just do it, just for the whatever. I have to understand in my head what the story is, and in my mind, I just thought immediately. I was like, yeah, man. I said, they got the underground training facility in the Shogun Warriors, and then somehow either they're practicing too hard or whatever, and a wall is burst open, and all of a sudden the Inhumanoids burst out, or the Humanoids or Earthquakes chasing the Inhumanoids, and they happen to crash through the wall, and then they end up in the sanctuary, and they're like, holy, I kind of like the latter story, because then that can be really cool, because then you got this scenario with Dengardes, and he grabs metal and stuff, and the idea is that he doesn't have just for his other finger would probably be right around here. If I was gonna do it logistically, it would probably be back there and stuff like that. So I didn't skimp out on any fingers. He has 4 here. So, but that's the idea. Like I have to have an idea of a story before I can start laying it down and stuff. But yeah, I love Red Ronin too. He's another cool character. I really love what Marvel did with the Godzilla comic book series that they did. Especially again, right back to Herb Trimpe. Herb Trimpe, he had a pulse on that. Rest his soul. Glad I got a chance to meet him. Glad I had a chance to express how much he meant to me as an artist and how he inspired me. I mean, I think many times these artisans whose work shaped our childhood, they really don't get to hear that from the fans and stuff. And I think it made him happy. Like I actually did a homage piece for him and stuff and presented it to him, and I think that made him very, very happy. I want to believe that it wasn't that he created something and I'm just one of the multitude. There's many people that loved his run on the Hulk, I believe, and he also did. I think he might did G.I. Joe. I think he did some Transformers too. But for me, his greatest work would be these pieces. These are the ones that heavily influenced this kid from the projects, who had dreams of having a giant robot, piloting a giant robot and fighting against some clandestine race of lizard people or whatever. Let's see what we got here. Oh, God, maybe I guess I'm doing some good face in here. That looks good, huh? And yes, I do use tools, but also a lot of it's freehand. Again, I've been doing this for so long. I have a pretty steady hand when it comes to this stuff. Not as steady as the computer, I suppose. And again, I don't throw shade on that either. I mean, if people want to work on a computer, I get it. As a person, as a freelancer, again, when you talk about speed and time, working on a computer is definitely, it's less time. My only gripe on that is that, and I mentioned it with Xander when we had the discussion on the Kaiju Curry House, was that the downside I always feel is like artwork wise, a lot of artists were capable of reselling their artwork, especially if they worked on popular titles or whatever. That's where your secondary, income can come from, or third income. I mean, I have thumbnails and and stuff, and then I have the artwork that I worked on and stuff like that. So if times ever got tough, you have that. I mean, as a collector, that's every collector I think knows that. They know that deep down, they may collect something, they love it, but they know that also if it has some kind of value, that they can resell that and make some money, especially if things happen to be hard at the time or whatever, and it happens to all of us. I think that the saddest day for me was when I went through my little stretch of issues, and I had to sell my I had original Shogun War pages. I had like 40 pages, and I just wasn't in the right state of mind at the time, and I just kind of got rid of everything and sold them. And to this day, it still pains me. I do believe one day, hopefully, I can be able to afford them again. But I had an amazing collection, and I had other artwork too. I had DD7 pages and whatever, and Paul Ryan pages, and I met Paul Ryan years ago and stuff. But that's the whole thing. It's like there's value in those things, and so when you're working digitally, your stuff's all digital. So what do you sell? I mean, I guess you could try to sell prints, but print doesn't have that. Collectors. One thing I can say as a collector is that it's all about the bragging rights. It's about having something no one else has. Like if I have an original John Byrne piece, that's me. I'm the guy who has that original piece. You don't have it. I have it. I don't have a copy. I have the original piece. So it's the bragging rights, and thus that is the value. So I always tell artists out there, like, just think on those terms. You got to think in a certain degree that if things just don't go the way you don't think, and then maybe someone may be interested in something that you worked on, then it's something to maybe consider that you should have some original pieces. Just saying. Oh man, let me see what time it is. I don't even know what time it is. 10:27. Already be doing an hour 27. Hey everybody, I just looked up. I'm gonna take a little drink real quick. Just coffee. I'm gonna have my mid-morning snack. This is my little mid-morning snack right here. Protein, 8 grams of protein right there. I always have it at 10 a.m. so you guys will know. You gotta fuel the body. Alright, let's get back to this. Let's see if I can. My thought behind this is that I'm gonna try to get this side right here gone, and then maybe, because this is gonna be tough. This one right here, because I got all these little figures in here. Earthcore, like the madman that I am. I've had a few people asking, will I be doing this as a print? I don't know. I'm always torn about that, because I've had people ask me about prints, but then if I try to put them up or whatever, I don't get it. I get crickets. So I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I'm so torn. I think I do better when I'm at local shows and when I have the prints there for people. So I don't know. And again, I don't know how this whole thing with the pandemic's gonna last and stuff, so I don't know. We'll just see how it goes, because I'm gonna have to color this up eventually, and right now I'm officially working on another comic book gig right now, so I gotta take care of that first. Business before pleasure, right? Reading is so cool, man. And then of course Combatra. Now the tough part about Combatra's so big, I just kind of stuffed Combatra back up in here somewhere. And I really love Combatra. I really do. I mean, me and James did this character called Robot God Akamatsu. A lot of people remember Robot God Akamatsu. And it's a cool character. And the idea was that combiner robots, in our eyes, was much more powerful. They're like the apex of super robots. Because you think about it, like you take a character like Voltron, for instance, the Lions. Even Dairugger 15, who was the other Voltron. They're pretty tough. I mean, think about it, because they have multiple capabilities. They can, break into individual pieces. They can attack you. They can attack a foe. So if you think in that terms, you go, yeah, that's apex. That's like, that's the top of the game. It's almost like, again, you think about Grandizer. Like Grandizer had his saucer, and so if Grandizer was attacking you, the robot part, the saucer could be attacking you. So you got a two-pronged attack going on. Whereas with Mazinga Z, He technically um, had on his body. Although I don't know if the skater could function like just attack by itself. I always saw it like more linking into it and stuff. But anyway, my point is that you take characters like Combatra. I always imagined Combatra being much bigger, somewhat bigger than the other Shogun Warriors. And like size wise, like if I was to look at size wise, if I was to really draw a comparison of the of all the Shogun Warriors sort of standing together, I think that it would be Raideen would be somewhat shorter than Dangardes, a little bit, and that's again just a little tad smaller. Just because Dangardes can turn into the Dreadnought Titan and stuff. Just a tad. But I wouldn't make them too big. They're too bigger than the most shadowing. Just saying. Alright, fine. Because I like Dangardes. Fine. Alright. And then, but Combatra would definitely overshadow both of them. Combatra would be definitely taller than both of them. Just because Combatra has much more component pieces. It's just my small little opinion on that whole thing. Like, I love combiners. I love combiner robots. I still love that scene. Again, I'm bouncing all over the place in the Transformers animated movie, and I remember seeing that in the theaters. Man, I'll just tell you that right there. It was awesome. It was amazing. But just a scene when they look out the window and they're like Devastator starts forming himself, and he's like massive, man. I'm like, oh, that was incredible. The animation on that was it was on so many levels. I can't even describe it. I mean, nothing touches that. I'm sorry. It's incredible because you think because I did freelance at an animation studio, All Jar Animation, and I got to meet and work with many really super talented animators and artisans. I mean, sculptors and stuff like that, because they did stop animation. I worked on projects, concepted stuff that eventually got shot as stop animated commercials and stuff like that. So yeah, I really was exposed to some really really great stuff, man. And you really appreciate, like I really appreciate the fact of 2D animation, And so when you watch Transformers the movie, man, oh God, man, what can I say? It's just, ugh. It gives me chills, man. 4 years in the making. I remember that when they kept the commercial for that, and I was like, yep, 4 years in the making, and it looks it too. It's amazing. It's almost the same thing like when you first see Akira, when Akira first came out. Oh man. All right. Now right here, what I'm doing is in the Shogun Warriors comic book, when they were testing in the underground grotto or whatever, their training area, they had these huge slates, these massive walls that were put up that had numbers on them, which they had them testing like their abilities and stuff. Like I remember they put his fist through one and whatever, and so that's what this technically is right here. I still wasn't happy because I was still trying to get the effect that you get to see there's a training area. So I'm gonna just I'll put a couple more walls in. I'll put a wall way in the back and stuff, so you just get a sense that they're in this place, this testing area. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna probably, I'm gonna thicken it up. I'm gonna make it wider. Just right behind his leg. I think one of the things about it is that I try to tell anybody who contacts me about this advice and stuff is like, you have to get used to drawing environments. Let me just say that right now. If you truly are wanting to get into the art industry and whatever, and try to make a living doing it, you have to. If you're uncomfortable drawing like trucks and inanimate objects and and buildings and things like that and whatever, then you should really focus on drawing those, until you can get comfortable enough. You really have to do that. Because honestly, clients are gonna hire you. Oh, darn, I got a little skip there. It's okay. Um, that's what clients are gonna hire you to want to do. You know, as much as you may want to just draw heads, you know, that doesn't pay the bills, man. Not like that on a professional level. Clients are gonna want more than just, you know, headshot. They're gonna want to see how you handle the environment. They're gonna say, well, can you draw this scene with people sitting at a diner and you know, and you know, truck breaking through the window, that kind of thing. And you know, and hopefully you'll be like, yeah, I can do that. I can get that done. Instead of like, you know, no, I can't do that. I remember when I first got my ad work and stuff, that was advertising. I hated. I worked on campaigns for like General Motors and stuff, man, drawing trucks and stuff, man. And I'm not a vehicle aficionado. What do you call them, aficionados? Those people that are really like dudes who are into trucks and stuff like that and all that vehicles. Nah, man. I mean, you know. Well, when I grew up, I never had cars or anything. I grew up in the city, so it was more like taking MBTA and stuff like that. I just never had that in me. But you know, nevertheless, you get hired, and that's what the client wants. You know, so you got to give the client what they want. And I mean, it's like you don't have to be. It's funny because you don't have to be so super perfect in what it is. It's just that you got to make sure that your style can be you know, good enough so that the client can look at it and say, okay, cool, I can see what you're doing here. But yeah, I really got over that quick. Had to. I never forget. Someone once told me, they said, as simple as it is, they said, because I was like, oh man, you know, earlier on, you know, I was like, oh man, you know, hard, and I'm not finding clients. They said, well, you know, do you like to eat? You don't get no simpler than that. Do you like to eat? Okay, you like clothes on your back? Like, yeah, okay, there you go. You already answered it. You want to eat, you want stuff, then go out there and make it happen. You know, it is a hustle. It's something where you always have the hustle going on. I always have business cards ready. When I would go to coffee shops and stuff and sitting there sketching and whatever, I always have stuff available. You have to. You have to treat it as a business. You know, you can't treat this as something where, you know, somebody's gonna toss your name or all that stuff. I never believed in that. I never been, you know, it's never been about the fact of whether you know somebody. It's all about, you know, you going out and saying, seizing, and saying, this is what I can do. And I'll tell you one thing. One thing I've learned from various clients is that they appreciate that. Because again, many clients also, you know, mind you, you know, in art directing and stuff like that, they've been at that place where you've been at. They, you know, in some cases they've had to claw their way up. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. They understand. You just gotta just keep it real and just be like, oh, you know, and be open to learning and overcoming your fears. And trust me, yeah, I had to. When I worked in advertising, I worked on things like mailers. You know, those little inserts that you get in the mail. Yeah, trust me, mailers aren't this that I'm drawing right now. But you know what? They pay the bills, man. You know, they did it. Got it done. It's funny. I always hear Charlie's voice, right? One of my teachers, my mentors, hear his voice in my head. Get it done. Don't complain. He's an old army guy. Yeah, get it done, Washington. Get it done. Stop complaining. Stop whining. Don't whine. Whining takes up energy. That's true. So true. Don't whine. Just get it done. And then you'll be happy. You see that fat check in your hand and be like, I earned this. I earned this through my art. I think that's for me has always been the thing that brings a smile to me is that I set out years ago, back in 1988 when I graduated from high school. I set out with a dream to make a living using my skills, and I haven't stopped using them. You know, I haven't, never. You know, I look back, even when things seem daunting and hard, I've never stopped drawing. That's crazy. You know, we all have bumps. I've had bumps, but never to the point. You see, I hear people and I see some of the things, and it's just like I'm completely stopping and I'm going to be working something else or whatever. I'm like, man, I've never been like that. I remember once, one time, I think I had that thought in my head. And I was like, man, what am I going to do? You know, because I mean, when I put myself through art school, I did security. I mean, before I went to art school, I worked all kind of jobs. I've been working since I was 12. My mom got me my first gig at a local store in Dorchester. She just took me in and said, okay, here's the kid who's going to be folding the newspapers when they had the the big newspapers for Sunday and stuff. So somebody had to put them together. So this guy hired me. He hired me to put the papers and stuff, and it felt good. I was like, oh shoot! And then from there, I got bit with the whole like make my own money kind of gig, And I was like, man, when it snowed, straight out hustle. I would go and shovel. I was like, I like making money, and so by my comic books and stuff, it empowered me. That's what it did. It just, and so and then in Boston, Roxbury and stuff like that, they had the ABCD programs and summer programs. So I did a lot of landscaping and stuff. I took advantage of all that stuff. So I worked all kind of jobs. I was a stock boy. I've been working as a stock boy at Little Brown Publishing. Yeah, I remember these old Irish guys were telling stories. They said they were ex-cops. I don't know, but I would just sit there as a kid. Pretty much I was doing all the heavy lifting, But it's all right. It was these guys are old schoolers and stuff, and I respect that. It's weird because I come from that time when you still respect the old schoolers, man, and you just sit there and you kind of listen to them, and they speak their truth, man. You hear some of that stuff, of course some of them are whatever, but you speak the truth and you just sort of hang back and you listen as a youngster. So and I learned a lot from those guys, and always be listening and stuff like that. Learn things about business and how to just try to get out there and the hustle and stuff like that. And then from there, I don't know how I got into security. I can't recall. What led me down to get into security, but I was a security officer for a couple of years. I mean, all the way leading up to when I left art school. So it got to have been like 4, 5, maybe even 6 years. To the point where the company was actually asking me whether or not I would take it to the next level, like to become an armed security officer. And I remember my captain at the time was like, because he had saw me as I was going through school, and I mean, man, I don't even know how I did it. Now I look back, I mean, I remember times when my school would start like 7 in the morning or 8, and I would do shifts for like 4 p.m. to 12. So my security job would be at this hospital, and so 4 to 12, and then I would be right there early in the morning when my school opened for like either 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. I was always an early bird, and many times I would just walk there. I lived in the Back Bay at the time. I had that in my system. One of those kind of people. Even when I partied, it was so weird. Like my friends would, we would party and whatever, and everybody's all still sleeping. I would shake off the drowsiness, the drunkenness or whatever, and then I'll just be like, all right, and just start walking around. I'm just one of those kind of people. I can't just hang out, just hang around and just sort of whatever. I got to be doing something. So yeah, that was crazy. When I think about it now, I go, oh my god, how? But I was young. I was young then. Now I value my sleep. I mean, 50. I say it in a term. I'm very honored and blessed that I'm crossing over to the half-century mark. I have memories of some people who didn't make it. Unfortunately, people that I knew who left this world much early because of circumstances. And so it is a blessing that I'm here, sitting here drawing for you guys and rambling on about my life. But anyway, the point of it is just that don't give up. You got to get the eye of the tiger when it comes to this. Well, I always tell anybody, you have to ask yourself, how much do you want this? And be honest with yourself. I remember once they brought this young woman in who was at an agency to get her to come in possibly as an illustrator to work with us. And she worked a few jobs and stuff. And I'll tell you right now, advertising payment was, well, I don't care what no one says, corporate money is amazing. Let's see that right now. Let's get that out there. let's get that out there right there. It's amazing. But they brought her in and stuff, and she couldn't hack it. She was young. She was younger and stuff. And I remember talking to her, and I asked her. I said, "Well, what do you like to do? Is this would you relate?" She said she wanted to cook. She wanted to, she liked baking and stuff like that. And I said, "Well, why are you here? You need to be trying to be a baker. You got to devote your energy toward that." And I guess the feeling was that somebody knew her family, and because she went to I took a art program or something at some college or whatever, they felt that she could, sort of get into being a commercial illustrator, or especially in the agency and stuff. And it just wasn't. She saw how tough it was, how how it's so fast paced. That's one thing about advertising. Advertising is fast paced. You feel like you're a doctor on call. That means that you may think you have plans for Saturday, or even any plans or whatever, and next thing you know, you get that call and it's like boom, you working. That's how advertising is. You don't have months. Everything's broken down to days, a week if you're lucky. And you're doing a lot of work. I mean, there's times I remember that the toughest job for me. I was working with another illustrator. We did 24-hour shift, man. I think I was coloring the storyboards, and he was drawing them, and that was an insane. And it was coming from a gig up from New York, so there was no sleep. I remember, like, man, I think I was hallucinating at some points. It's crazy. I passed out. That was one time, like, after it was done, I passed out. I literally passed out in my apartment. I was so drained, but we got it done. So it's one of those things where afterwards, you could tell the story about it and go, and chuckle about it. But when you're in it, boy, you feel like there's no end. You go, oh my god. But there's still that got paid well. All right. Oh, guys, let's see. All right. Everybody, I'm so glad you're still here. I'm still yapping on. I'll show you how this side is over here. As you can see, this is a big piece. So, we're doing pretty good. I got Radine still going. Let me take a little bit more snack. Get some more fuel. Okay. All right. So, let's see. Are there any 80s cartoons that I would love to draw? In the back of my mind, I love the Bionic Six. Definitely Mighty Robots. I did a sketch card of Mighty Robots, but yeah, that was a great show, man. That was another one that left the that left the scene too quickly. You always wonder. I mean, again, I understand the business of it, but it's so heart wrenching that some of the decisions that are made for some of these things, and that you see stuff that you see still going on, like you see a program that might still be going on that may not have the level of strength that another program might have. Yet that program with strength is canceled. It's mind-boggling. But that's how the business is. It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna turn this up so I can get a nice full, nice clean feathering going on here. And again, thank you again for coming in and listening to me ramble and drawing and stuff like that. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I hope that some of my words are out there and you guys are digging it. It's just the truth. Again, my name suits me. I'm frank when I talk about stuff. Because I had people that schooled me like that. They were very frank. They were very blunt. And I like that. I'd rather somebody be blunt with me and tell me how it is than somebody who's going to try to sugarcoat it and try to, they feel like they're protecting me. I don't want you to try to protect me. People need to hear about the reality of the business, because then it just it helps you to hopefully get to a point where you can process it and not internalize and feel that, okay, I didn't get this because of X, this and this and this and whatever. And that might be the case. I had a person. I did this TV show, and someone asked me. They said, Frank, man, they asked me the question. They said, do you think that you've never gotten a job because you were black? And I said, I don't know. And I don't know, because honestly, if somebody didn't want me for a job because of the color of my skin, would they tell me? I mean, that's rare. That's a rarity. If somebody just blatantly come out and be like, boom, 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 you can get this because of whatever. I will be honest with you and say that years later, and I'm not going to drop names, but someone did tell me that there was a point when I wasn't being called for a particular agency, because the person higher up there felt that I was too overweight to be to be working there. Yeah, and that it was a bad image when, like, say, like, potential clients were coming in and stuff, that to see a fat man drawing, it just didn't fit the mold, the image. And this person told me years later about this, which, again, I didn't know anything about that. I didn't even know what to even do with that when I was told this. So I just was like, well, I was like, glad you called me back now. And that's how I kind of have to look at it like that. I just, there's always going to be reasons why, you might not get picked for a gig or whatever. But one of the things I've learned is that I really don't try to focus too much on the why now. I try to just focus on the fact of, okay, what can I do to find another client? Find somebody who will dig what I got, and that's what I do. It's funny. You never know. That's the thing. Unless somebody comes up and tells you. It's funny how it's that's how it is. So I would tell any youngsters out there, any new artists and stuff like that, just keep, you have to be your biggest cheerleader. That's all. You be your cheerleader. Don't try to get into the whole thing of whether or not you're trying to, people are gonna like you or whatever. People are always gonna find something about you not to like. That's just the nature of it. Just gotta put a smile on your face and just move on, man, and just, don't let it hinder you from where you see the place you want to be at. That's what I do. I just go, well, okay, and we just move on. Somebody say they don't want me on something, okay, no problem, not a problem at all. Thank you for taking the time. And that's one thing I learned, and I learned this from a lot of different professionals in the past. And I think that's one of the things that I always admired, and I still respect, is the fact that there should be a level of respect, and you should be like, if somebody doesn't want you, you should be gracious in it and say, hey, look, thank you for taking a moment to look at my stuff, and all right, I might not be good for your project now, maybe consideration. I've actually gotten gigs just from stuff like that, just from I used to, I would very listen, like, I would thank the agency or whatever and be like, hey, well, thank you for taking the time to look at it, and I really appreciate that you did. And hopefully if something comes up or whatever, you have my stuff on file, and boom, boom, boom. And what would happen is month or so, maybe even 2 months, maybe 3 months, whatever. Next thing I know, I get a call from them. Hey, we saw your thing, and yeah, got some work. So it's kind of, those kind of things help. I've never try to look at it as something that is this massive conspiracy against me or whatever. I just go, there's 1,000 different reasons. I would never want to work on a project where I felt like my work, my style, wasn't going to be appreciated by the person hiring me. And that to me is the most gut wrenching thing. You know, that's if I say that there's something that would bother me is like if I did work for somebody, and then they was left with this feeling that I didn't like I didn't give them what they wanted. I think that's any. I think any commercial illustrator or whatever, or artist out there. You know, this is heartbreaking because the thing about you hire this person has hired an artist to do something, and that artist wants to give them the best. They want to give them 200%. You know, if the person doesn't like it, then man, that's rough. You know. Oh man, I'm digging this. Thin lines. You know what's funny is like I was thinking about because I have some zipper tone, but I'll be honest with you guys, zipper tone is crazy, and I don't feel like going through all those patches. But I thought about it. I'll just say that because I've had people in the past ask me about the zipper tone. Now I'll be honest with you, the zipper tone that I do use now is mostly online. It's the stuff it's in my Photoshop. It just again that's those are those times too when I think digitals work. Like I said, I don't throw shade on digital. I think that the capabilities of digital has really helped the industry and just the way of doing art so much more efficient. I mean, I'm able to do rough sketches in digital, which I've done that, which is really fast, and be able to send that off to a client, and the client looks at it, and they can have something, and then I can get approval really quick. You know, I love that. You know, so those are the pros of it. The pros is that you're able to do changes. You're able to do color. The client, if the client wants to change color, which is all their right, because if they're hiring you to do something, and they have the power to, because all they need would be really the software. You do the colors, and they may say, hey, look. It's funny because sometimes I'll have people question me like, well, you know, and they'll get into this whole thing like they feel almost sorry about it. And I'm like, no, I mean, I did work in advertising. In advertising, I expect changes to happen. Yeah, that's how I'm hardwired. I'm hardwired to expect changes, so it doesn't hurt my feelings by no means. I just go, oh, okay. I almost expect it. Like, you know, the art director take it and they'll manipulate it to make it work for whatever scenario they need it for, and I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with it. Nope. I did my job. All right, Vanguard. Let's see where we're at. I hope you guys are having a good time. I got a good segment over here, huh? Nice and clean. You know what? See, this is my problem, because immediately I looked over here and I'm like, you know what? I'm just trying to just lay this in so I can blend this in. Yeah. See, again, like when I actually scanned in the Shogun Warrior for my comic book, and then I came in last week and I cleaned it up in Photoshop, and then printed it out. So this is a printout of it. Clean up the lines and stuff like that, and then just did a paste. This is the stuff where I look at computers and I go, thank you. Because I remember when I first got into advertising, I remember doing paste ups. Like, we had to do paste ups on pieces, and we still had to use the copy machine. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it was a nightmare. That was a complete nightmare, because we had to keep running back to the copy machine, resizing. Oh man, what a nightmare! I remember I got into advertising when they still had what was it? I got into advertising when we were still using dyes to color. How crazy is that? Using dyes, man. And I remember coloring with Q-tips. And then what happened was, eventually, once computers got to a point, especially Adobe, you know, the Adobe software and stuff like that, Photoshop, then we started converting to coloring in computer. But you know, I still love doing marker stuff too. Marker's wonderful. Actually, when I do sketch cards, I do marker. I always feel like marker has a nice, like, it has a very organic kind of feel to it. You know, especially the new stuff. Like I still have Prismacolor markers. I still got Copics and stuff. At one point, I did have dyes when I had my old place, but I just wasn't using them that much, and it's a shame. They were the old school ones, the ones you shouldn't be really using, the toxic ones. But man, the colors would come off those. Oh, they were so rich. They're like the Dr. Martens ones, like a lot of comic book guys back in the day. If you look at comic books back then, that's what they were using. They were using dyes, man. The colors were so rich. I love that. I love rich colors. That's one of the things I get. Like when I go to shows, people look at my prints and stuff, and they love the vibrant colors. I'm so hardwired for that. I love vibrant colors. I'm, in advertising, we're told to do like spot coloring and stuff like that. But the main emphasis is creating artwork that will please the client's eyes, like to get their attention, so that they look at it and they focus on that. So that, if you do something for, like, let's see, because I've done Dunkin' Donuts, I've worked on Jiffy Lube. I also did some stuff for Tampax too. Yeah, that was fun stuff. Mother Nature. What was it? Yeah. So you're supposed to create stuff that's gonna get the eye of the client. So the client looks at it and they go, "Oh yeah, actually it's a TV commercial." That's my job. My job is to do that, to make sure that it's eye catching. So all I do is I carry that over into what I'm doing now, vibrant work, and I'm glad. I'm glad it's just people that like it. The retro style is a wonderful kind of style, Not against the whole realism, but I don't know. I just like I think that back then when I grew up, there was so many various art styles and stuff like that, and it was sheer escapism. I think that's the thing that I sort of long for. Escapism. I want to pick up a book and just escape into it. I don't want it to look like what's going on in the world today. I don't want to see police, uniforms that look like the uniforms of now and whatever. I want to see stuff that's, somewhat teleported to another place. So again, it takes me back to these kind of worlds with the Shogun Warriors and stuff like that, when it's fighting against these characters like Dr. Demonicus and stuff, some guy who's an evil geneticist who's creating giant kaijus and stuff, Or the Inhumanoids, where you got this race of giant beings and these other creatures of the subterranean world who are sort of engaged in this battle for like centuries. These are the kind of stories that really excite me. Yes, I am definitely addicted to Kirby dots. I love Kirby dots. There you go. You just kind of blend that in there. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Let's see. I did do a drawing of Grandizer and Guy King years ago. I wasn't very happy with it. I'm probably gonna have to think about doing another piece with the Shogun Warriors. And I think I could call them the Shogun Warriors, because I'm talking about the whole line. And in the line, they had Guy King and Grandizer, and they had a couple other characters and stuff. I was kind of bummed that years ago they were talking about revising the IP, and then it just tanked. I actually ordered the book that they had at San Diego Comic-Con, and I guess here's my feeling. I always wondered, like, when people are hiring people to work on this kind of project, are they thinking of like people who are really into it? That's always been something that's plagued me, where I go, if I was an editor and I had the opportunity to get an artist or whatever, and for a project, and say, okay, yeah, this kind of project, whatever, like, would you go for somebody who does that stuff, or would you go for somebody who doesn't do it, who understands it and stuff like that, who's actually going to be jazzed about it? I always wonder that. like me, I've worked on various things. I've worked on horror comics. Yep, did some horror stuff. Silent Press, Circus. I believe it was Satan's Three Ring Circus. I got some art in that, a story in that. There's a couple other stuff. Cemetery Dance is just unfortunately. I don't know if anybody ever see the artwork I did for Cemetery Dance. It's a great I did a western, a zombie western, and then another one about a junkyard creature. It's just sort of sitting in I don't know what you call it, purgatory. Sitting in purgatory right now, man. I don't even know. So I've just given up hope on that one. And then I've been currently doing stuff called Turner. It came out on a Wednesday, which has been really fun. Franklin Gore is a story by John Freeman, and John is definitely he has a finger on the show of Pulse. It's definitely a fun comic, full color. And then currently also Team KS1, which I've been doing for Matthew Blair, and I've been working with Matthew Blair for God, man. It's either like this year's got to be the 5th year, or yeah, it's got to be the 5th year. Because I've been working on his webcomic, the webcomic Secret Lives of Villains for God. It's been a long time, long. It's probably the longest project I've been working on. But anyway, he came with this great story. Again with Kaijus, it's definitely geared to my strengths and my love and admiration for the genre, and he's nailing it. And I worked on a couple of stories, so I know another one's coming out, and it came out on a Wednesday, and so we'll see. Again, there's that part where it's all about the fandom. Like you always want to, like the fans out there know that these books exist. That there are kaiju books out there. But there are people that are passionate about it and that are making them happen. Let's see. Oh man. Yeah, Vanguard and his blocky legs. Oh man. But I love him. I love him, the big bomber, man. I definitely felt he had a very Afrocentric kind of look to him. I just zeroed in. I was like, I'd be like, and the story too. The story is very compelling. Like the story felt to me the most realist. Like if somebody was to do a Vanguard movie, it to me would make so much sense. It would be like human beings build this robot to fight against another human being who has robots and whatever, and stealing scientists and whatever. And you get the story between the father and son and stuff like that. Like to me, I'm like, yeah, that's it. There you go. There's the story. And I love the fact that Vanguard broke down. Like I remember there was one episode where he got blasted underwater, and the mechanic happened to had stole the board or whatever, and so he was taking water, which was weird too, because it was almost like I remember watching it, and they showed a scene where it looked like Vanguard was drowning, and I remember like you see it, and my mind was like, how can he drown? He's a robot. But they literally showed it, like they gave a sense that he's drowning, and I mean it's just fun. It's a lie. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's have some fun with this. Now, I love having different brushes that are at different stages of dryness and stuff like that. You get some cool effects. I haven't broke up the big ones yet. I haven't really needed to yet. These Pentols are really good, just in case, guys. The Pentol brush, in case anyone's interested in that. I try to tell people about them. I'm comfortable with them. So I don't know if you'll be comfortable with them, but I'm comfortable with them. They're fast. The ink is really solid black ink, which I love, and yeah. cute. Yeah, man. Let's see. There you go. I'll show this real quick to you guys. Give you look at that. Found these on what you call it, eBay. Look at that. Pencils, James W. Fry. Falco. Hit art, man. I love these. Look how colorful that is. Newsprint. So vibrant. Laser tag. Yeah. See what I mean? Like height wise. Actually, he looks much more bigger size wise right there. He looks much more bigger than 20 feet. But definitely, I still feel like they would be smaller. But then again, you know what's funny is that back then I didn't mind the size change. They did that a lot for a lot of this stuff. A lot of size changing and stuff. Tendril is crazy. Yeah, a lot of side in the cartoons. And then you got this over here. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you guys see that? Man, look at the colors, man. And this is that scene. This is like I'm talking about, like, for instance, I don't know if I could find anything. But you know, covers, like, you know, like the covers tell a story. Like they're like a continuation, like 78. They tell a continuation of the story that's in here. Look at that. Nice bright, vibrant colors. Radiant has a different kind of color. Almost a blue, violet blue, dark. Midnight blue, probably. Combatrix, dang, are these? Yeah, see, that's that thing right there. They go into the base, they go down. And then they, yeah, there you go. Yeah, he shoots his fist off. He blasted the thing. And this was the underground grotto base. So that's what kind of shaped the concept that I'm doing now. Just continuation. It's almost like I took that scenario and then just added it in here. Stretch my legs a little bit. Let's see. Alright guys, I'm actually seeing if I can, like, I'm at my computer now, just seeing how I look. Haven't been able to look at it all this time. Let's see. Alright. 12 comments. Nice. Alright. Okay. I don't know if it's... Alright, let's go. Let's get some work going here. Nice, it looks good. I actually just opened my computer screen just to sort of see how everything is looking, and yeah, you guys are able to see some stuff. See, I got like 12 comments in there. So thank you. I'll check them out later, and thank you so much for them. And yeah, please feel free to share. Let people know that I'm drawing. It's like one of those rare occasions I'm able to come on here and you know, show my skills. The skills. All right, let's see. All right. Oh, dear Lord, Ace. Force 5. Oh, I need to bring Force 5 back. Can you imagine? Force 5 would be amazing. Whew. All right. Still some blacks down. Oh, I can finish this side over here. This is what happens with me, because then I'll see something and I'll go, oh, okay. Now, even right here, this little thing right here, I'll just clean that with some white. That's a little white gel pen and stuff like that. I don't worry about stuff like that, man. I really don't. Like I have a very chill kind of approach to my art. I just do. I don't get all worked up about it, man. Used to, but no, because it doesn't help, man. You know what it is. Sometimes you can overthink stuff, and I work hard on that, like not overthinking it. You know, just go with the flow. Because there's a part of me where I still want to be able to maintain that the energy, like my voice in it. I don't want to get locked down with a bunch of like, hey, you can do this and use and stuff. It's like, all right. That's why I gotta say I'm very fortunate. The recent amount of work that I've done for various clients, say like in, oh god, man, I would say like I've been here in the Ocean State for like since 2014. So man, since my big move, I gotta admit, it's like I've been very, very blessed and fortunate with the clients that I've done work for. They've been very, very, very good clients, very understanding, and they've allowed me to really do some great artwork for them. And I think that's the thing, you know. I'm in it to do great artwork. Like for me, I want to do work that I want to show. That's any jobs that I do. I sit there and I go, I want to do something so cool that I want to show it. You know, I want other people to see. I want to talk about it. I want to bring attention to it, so that in turn it helps that client, you know, and bring attention to whatever their business is or whatever, but also bring attention to my quality of work, and it's a you know, it's a win-win situation. But that's all part of the whole advertising thing, you know, showcasing. You know, there's a lot of artists that have to work on that. I see. You gotta work on being okay with showcasing your work and your finished work. I let me just say this right now. If you're gonna put yourself out there, put your best foot out. Don't put just half or whatever. Complete your piece, full body, environment. Show everything. Show everything. The capabilities of what you're able to do. You know, and then put that out. If you only put out a rough sketch or concept sketch or whatever, or just a head or whatever, you only got this one shot. People are looking at that and they'll judge you off of that one shot. They will. That's just the nature of the beast. They will. They'll just be like, okay, well, this is all this person can offer. They're not there to sit there and have you try to explain what you can potentially give them. They want to see what you can give them, and they want to see it, and then right then and there, and then they'll make the decision whether or not they want to hire you. Every client that I've had, they've seen stuff and they go, okay, all right, this is what this person is able to do. He's able to do this and this and this. You know, and what's great about it is that because I have it that way, sometimes I ask them, well, what did you see? And they'll be like, okay, well, they'll send me a screen grab or something of an image I've done, and they'll be like, well, yeah, well, we want something online of this. And I'm like, okay, cool. That gives me a good idea of what you're looking for, and then I can, you know, try to look at it and then see what you want, and then give you a quote for it. Hey man, I gotta admit, the station that I stumbled on, it's really good, huh? It's just mostly beats, man. I love it. Love me some beats. I love me some music, man. I don't know if people remember house parties, man. I do. I remember block parties. Block parties were amazing. I remember up in Franklin Field, man. Block parties. The whole block is jamming. House parties too, man. Don't be hitting no turntables, man. Yeah. I was always funny, man. I listen to all kind of stuff. People ask me, hey, what do you listen to? I listen to everything, man. I remember when I went to South Boston High, as well as Charlestown High too. Yeah, I moved around a lot. So it was like my first year was Dorchester, and then Dorchester High, and then my second year was in Charlestown High. And then my last 2 years were at South Boston High. So I've always been a person where I love meeting different people, different cultures and stuff like that, and and learning, like picking up different things from different people. And yeah, I'll admit there was some hard times. You had some people who clearly had some issues with kids, inner city kids coming into those areas and stuff like that. But I never allowed that to ever hamper my want and desire to still go out and reach and meet new people who don't look like me, and talk with them and learn about them. I mean, when I was in high school, I'll not forget my history teacher, man. He schooled me in on the on history and stuff. He made history very fun for me. Like it was like a comic book. That's how he approached it. He was like, think of it as a comic book, and it fascinated me. And the fact the cultures and stuff like that of people. And I'm just one of the people. I love it. I want to learn and meet and get introduced to different people and stuff like that. I don't allow things like simple things and viewpoints to sort of deter me. You know, if somebody's really to the point where they're just like, I don't like you, whatever, then I'm like, fine, all right, fine, I'll move on. You know, I I've mellowed out. I mean, before when I was younger, you know, I had a hot temper, and I would want to. I was joking with somebody, man, once, and I said, yeah, back in the day, we just scrap stuff out, man. We like scrap it. Yeah, we scrap it. You know, somebody get in your face talking some smack, and you scrap it out with them, and then you find out. I made some good friends with people. I'll be straight up with you, man. Dudes who try to punk you out, and then you say, okay, let's knuckle up, and then you knuckle up, and then next thing you know, they're like, damn, dude, we become boys because you showed them that you're no punk. But as I've gotten older, and as life went on, it became a dangerous thing, man, where people were losing their lives and stuff because you had some people out there who, whatever the case, prefer to use other things instead of their fists. And so, unfortunately, people lose their lives. So, I started looking at my own life and going, okay, you got to be smarter. You just can't be doing all kind of knuckle stuff out here, man. So yeah. I actually went to therapy years ago too, to help me sort of get in touch with things that were going on with myself, and it helped me. It helped me immensely. I still use a lot of those tools today to help me get through things or whatever, especially talking, not holding things in and stuff, and not getting so locked down on the minuscule things that are at the point of that are like a molehill, and then over time you allow it to grow into something bigger. Yeah, it's always a work in progress. I mean, that's what my therapist always told me. He said, Frank, guess what? You're gonna be falling down a lot of those potholes. He said a lot of those potholes. He said you just have to figure out how deep those potholes are gonna be, and how long is it gonna take for you to get out of it. And is that not profound? You decide. You have to decide how deep those potholes are going to be. And so I do. I decide. Ain't that right, dear God? Dear God, Ace. Boy, I wonder if any of you cats out there remember Mr. Big Toyland. Oh. Mr. Big Toyland was like a fantasy place for people like me who loved robots like Shogun Warriors and stuff like that. It was the fantasy place. I mean, I love Child World, but Mr. Big Toyland, what was it, 399 Moody Street? Oh man, I went there twice. My mom took me there twice, and it was heaven. It wasn't. I remember it not being a big place. I just remember it, like when you walked in, it just was wall to wall robots, man. You could, like, you turn around and it's like another robot staring at you. It was heaven. Let me stop it. It's literally, you think about heaven. Like, my heaven's like just figures all around, and you're just like, oh my god. Yeah. And yeah, I remember seeing like my mom at the time. I pointed at they had Combatler V, Combatra, did the big was it Chogokin? Was it Chogokin figure? And he was like $60, man. Think about that. Back in the 80s, $60. I mean, you look at figures today, dude. There's figures today that are $500. It's mind-boggling. I'm telling you, man, it kills me. Like the Vanguard Ace that I have. I forgot what make model is. It's a big one, but Hey, I think I spent close to 300 on it. That was a big one for me. But they've gone higher. I'm like, God, yeah. Like the only way now is that I use it when I look at these figures when they drop and stuff like that. I just feast my eyes. It's like I just use it as a way just to feast my eyes. I'm like I can't justify that, you know. Me and Jess, we got bills to pay and stuff like that. I can't fathom the idea of having a figure that weighs that excuse me, that costs like $500. Hell, even $300. Yeah, that's my max limit. Like I'm like $300. Oof, that's painful. But honestly, the only reason they're able to sell it because clearly somebody has the money. Someone has the extra cash to do that. You get it? So more power to them, man. For me, I live vicariously. I live vicariously through other people who have these massive collections and stuff. I look at it and go, what? And I mean, truth be told, my biggest thing really has always been art. I'd rather, in some degree, love to get original artwork of these characters and stuff like that. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let's see. Hey everybody out there. I just looked at my screen and stuff and I saw a couple of hellos and stuff. And if you're still around, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. It's coming together pretty good. I'm really, really happy. Whew. Oh my lord. It's crazy. Alright. Still at it. Still some little feathers on there, really dabs. That's one thing that I loved with some of the manga art, man, is that you do these really exciting like the feather effects and stuff. Oh man. Oh yeah, what's another book I love? Oh, Pluto. I don't know if you guys know about Pluto. You heard about that? It's that manga series. It's sort of based off of uh, Astro Boy, yes. And man, the artwork on it is on point. Oh, I remember when I first got that. I got all of them. Yeah, I'm so finicky. That's the funny thing about it. Like I'm very finicky when it comes to certain artwork and whatever. Certain artwork really inspires me, and I go, yeah, And there's others I just kind of I can go without. I'll tell you one thing. The artwork that made me somewhat sad a little bit was I ended up getting what was it, Big O? The Big O from the American version that they did. I forgot what company did. I don't know if it was Viz. And it was a comic series that they did of Big O. And man, it just made me sad. I thought it was, I don't know, you know. That's the only one, and I still have it in my collection somewhere, in my book collection and stuff. But it just made me sad. Like I just was like, oh. There's that thing where I just was like, wow. It's almost like if you could have had someone like Adam Warren work on it, Adam Warren, or man, I don't know, just someone who could have really added that extra something to it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been seeing when Mike Mignola released those when he started doing those sketches for charity, man. Whew. Man, his stuff that he was doing, those kajus and stuff. Whew. Man, that dude. Man, I love to see his interpretation. Some things of characters. You know what? Put this on like what that looks like. Just add this right here. Clean that up a little bit. All right. Whew. Right in the face. Oh god. This is a tough one because again, it's like I really wanted Metlar to really be like. That's the whole thing, trying to maintain the fact that he's powerful and that he doesn't care. Like Metlar is like, yo, I don't care who you are. I'm gonna throw some lava in your face. If this was like a comic series, oh yeah, I would have him doing all kind of crazy stuff. I actually have books. I have books for reference on like fighting techniques and things like that. Oh yeah, I love that stuff. I would have him doing all kind of crazy stuff. I think that since the Inhumans are much more smaller, I actually think they would give the Shogun Warriors a good battle. Because I think the thing about the Shogun Warriors is that size doesn't always mean greatness, man. You take a character small enough or whatever, and they know how to use their abilities and stuff like that. They can be very dangerous. If hypothetically, if I was to do a story with that, it would be like most likely probably Combatra would probably be the defining point of it, because Combatra can break into the 5 individual pieces maybe, and then that can cause some issues. That's a nice jam, huh? Yeah, I like this station, man. I like that sound, man. All right. Okay, I'm gonna start adding a little bit of texture to his body. I don't want it to be all smooth and stuff. Like, start adding some little hits of like texture. Yeah, man, Inhumanoids would be so crazy. Straight out horror, man. Guillermo? I think Guillermo would kill it. I think he would do such an amazing job with it. Definitely, I would stick with the whole H.P. Lovecraftian kind of thing. Like, there's these beings who've existed for years and people worship them and stuff, and then they just come back up. And I love how Earthcore like their armor, because their armor isn't pretty. It's functional. It's like I would make it much more functional, but I love the fact that it looked like the stuff that they would create today. Like deep sea diving or whatever. All right, like that, huh? I get a little bit of texture there. We'll go with a smaller brush now, because you got some nice big hits here, but I'm gonna add just a little bit of texture, huh? Especially around the knees, to see some nice wrinkles and stuff. What a weird design. He has like these big scale kind of things going on, and the fact he travels through molten lava. Huh. I watched his documentary with Jack Kirby, and it was funny because it was like there was a lot of stuff that Jack Kirby does that I actually do, like I hear too. Where I love the fact that they said that in it when he started working. Like a lot of his work sort of changed over time because he was getting into doing more commercial stuff. He was getting into doing stuff for other companies and whatever. So you had to find a style that could that was still his, of course, but just faster. And that's when you see that whole big change where he just a lot of brush work. And I totally got that. When I saw that, I was like, yep. And that's how I feel too. I mean, I've done some work for RPG role-playing game books that were like super detailed. Yeah, it was like insane penmanship. That it's like, it's there's no way. Like if I was to try to replicate that kind of work and say sequentially, it would take such an exorbitant amount of time. It's not even worth it. Unless I was like independently wealthy, and didn't have to worry about paying bills and whatever, and just doing it just whatever. Then yeah, that's a whole nother level. But I just for me it's all about like about speed, but also how good the work's gonna look too. So I still there's a little bit of that kind of stuff. Like I do put detail in, but I don't get crazy detail. I leave just enough. The way that I do my work too is, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but the way I do my work is I'm very conscious of the fact that that color is secondary to my work, and that's just how my artwork is. I tend to do a lot of blacks and a lot of solid stuff and whatever. So when color is added to my work, I'm using color as in a level of just like it's a secondary. Um, it's like the additional like icing. Like right now, this is the cake, and you could technically eat the cake without the icing and be fine with it. But if you add the icing to it, then okay, still good cake, and the icing helps you add it to it. But you know what I mean. So that's how I look at it. Whereas I think sometimes with some artwork that I've seen, you know, the coloring is pretty much the main thing. It's also part of that cake. Like you need that. You need the coloring to help bring uh, more body to the piece. But I tend to use a lot of darks in my work, so which I love. All right, let's see what I did here. I don't know if I'm gonna change that curve. I don't like that. But see, that's another thing too about me is that I tend to change a lot of my stuff. Even when I treat, because people ask, they'll be like, well, do you pencil and then you ink? And I'll be honest with you, most times this is the most detailed like inking that I ever done, and I did this really for this. I try to keep my stuff really, like, well, let's say for instance, when I'm working for a client and like say working on storyboards, not storyboards, excuse me, thumbnails for comic book. I try to make my thumbnails as tight as possible, like visually possible, so that when the time comes and if I need to make changes, I can make fast edits, and then client sees it, they okay it, and then technically all I can do then is just blow it up and print out and then trace what I have onto a board like this, and then I can just enhance upon it. So I'm not really changing too much from what the client is seeing. That ensures that there shouldn't be any changes, hopefully, fingers crossed. And if the changes are necessary, then I'll talk to the client, depending on the complexity of it. If it's really complex that may be something where I have to create new art, then I'm definitely gonna want to be compensated for it. But if it's not, then it's something easy that I can tweak up in Photoshop, then by all means, communication is always necessary. You have to have good communication with the client, always. see, I'll take a moment to share it. Share the groups. I'll start sharing it now. Take a moment just to share it so people can. Oops, sorry. All right, guys. Just want to take a moment, start sharing some stuff. Take a little break. Hey everybody, just trying to share stuff right now. Take a little moment and this is crazy. I can't believe and I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I don't know, just took a little break. We'll get back on this, but yeah, this is like a rarity. It's my first time actually doing this, and I'm happy to see that people are enjoying it, so that's good. It's freezing up. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. Alright. Hey everybody, thanks for coming in. Let me finish up my snack. Oh man, I've been on this since 9 a.m. A little before 9 a.m. And still doing pretty good. This is the Shogun Warriors versus Inhumanoids, and this is for the KaijuConLine. So, excuse me, I'm all trying to eat my morning snack. This is for that, and I'm just glad you guys were able to make it in. I love using like these more heavier lines for Metlar. It just adds a little bit more ruggedness to them, I think, you know. Yeah. Let's see. Now, what I like to do is, I like to bounce off around, back and forth. I got you little tiny figures over here. Oh, I'm dreading it. All right. Now, I do got reference images here. So, I don't think I'm going to have to break them out just yet. You know, let's see. I'm 45 now. So, I'm going to be wrapping up around 1 p.m. So again, let's just see how many more characters I can get. I think we'll probably get a lot of these major characters. Big guys done, I think. That's what I'm pushing for. I love Tendril. What a great character. I got something that just popped up on my screen. Tendril. Tendril's a great creature, man. Alright, let me see if I can get Combator in here. Oh, wait a sec, let's see. Oh, I see. Oh man. And sometimes when I'll draw stuff, I don't know if that happens to many people, you guys out there, artists, but I'll forget certain things, man. I'll be like, where did I put that placement? What is this piece for? What the? Alright, let's see. Here you go. Let me try to bold these lines up a little bit so we can really break Gengardi's out a little bit more. You know, using the foreground. You know what? I'm gonna break out my little pen right here. Let's take care of that right there. Come on, a little dabble. I just put an order in for some more on Amazon because I was like, man, I thought I had some extras. I'll tell you one thing. I hate not having stuff. You know what I mean? Because again, when you're on a job and stuff like that, I remember back in the day when I lived in Boston, you run down to Utrecht's or not Kinko's, Utrecht's or you know, whatever, some other art stores or whatever, and you're just, man, when you don't have something and you're right in the middle of that job, oh man, what pain that is. Oh, it's terrifying. Because you're there, you're right in that moment, and the thing is, again, it comes down to time. Especially when I was working ad work, you know, it's like every minute cannot get wasted. You know, especially when they're like, look, you need it. At the time, they would send out a lot of stuff. This is before like a lot of the emailing and work and stuff. But you know, they would send things to Kinko's. I mean, not Kinko's, excuse me, FedEx, and they'd be like, yeah, we need stuff done by 7. You know, so you know, you're burning. You know, you're trying to get that stuff out. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Bachelor. It's a cool character, man. It's just really fun stuff, man. I love it. I love the designs, man. It's like I just love how like everything. It didn't. You know, like they had faces and things like that. There was a very human quality to them, and I love that. Alright, so there's this one. Okay, so we don't even see much of the Bachelor, so yeah. Okay. Alright, oh, tendril. This is where I can have some fun. Now the idea is that tendril, you know, pieces, just, you know, its vines are just going all over the place, and it kind of ensnared Combatra, so that's the idea I'm going with here. This is where you kind of let your own imagination go with, you know, how their abilities and stuff. You know, if I had a chance to do the Inhumanoids, oh yeah, he would definitely have that power to make the tendrils grow all over the place. You know, I think almost like how Swamp Thing is kind of. Think about it like that. That's how I imagine tendril, but more so like it comes out of tendril's body. Because I remember like in the show, tendril cut off a piece and a duplicate will form. So that's pretty bad. You know, that's pretty incredible. All right, let's see what we got here. No, not that. I don't want that. Let's see. Let's see. What was that? It was the Godzilla show by Hanna-Barbera. That was pretty cool too. Although I must admit the Godzilla show that was based off of the was it a 1990s movie, The Zilla? That was really good. I actually have that. It was really. I thought it was a great like you think of a sequel to the movie. I thought it was really well done, really exciting. I think that's always been the problem with a lot of these the Toho monsters and stuff like that. It's just that trying to pitch it to an American audience, and it's, in a degree of that they're exciting, and and you're dealing with these monsters and stuff like that. And I think the MonsterVerse has done a great job. I like it. They definitely established some stuff in there, and yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. I think it'd be cool if they did like a MonsterVerse, like animated. I hope that that's one of the ideas that they're considering. Legendary. It at least allowed them to keep expanding on the universe. I'm happy to see that they're doing the comic books. That's really cool. All right, let's go for the smaller one. All right. Man, oh man. Let's see what we got here. Oh. I'm like, why did I do this big old piece? God. This is how my mind works. My mind wants to like put the most insane piece. Like, you know what it is? It's and again I call it the Kirby effect, where you want to put so much stuff in there and force people to really have to look at it and be like, what's going on in here? What, you know? I think that's the thing. Like, I want to make it so insane that a person's like, whoa, what's this? Oh, shoot, do you see that little character you put in there? Oh my god, That's also the Jeff Darrow philosophy too. Jeff Darrow, man, that guy, oof, insane, sheer insanity. Hard boiled, oh. I can't even imagine how long it takes him to do stuff. His artwork, it's stuff so amazing. Stuff he did. I have the Matrix for the first Matrix movie, the making of book. Oh my goodness, the designs in there, insane. Let's see. Yeah, you. I've had people ask me in the past would I want to ink other people's stuff. I'll be honest with you, not really. I don't know. I'd rather do my own stuff when it comes to that. No offense, but it's just the truth, man. I'm not an inker, man. I actually consider myself more like I do my artwork in ink. You know? Like, see how I just added? Like when I lay the pencils down, the pencils are just like a guide. It's just start me off. But you know, this is. I'd rather, I actually rather just go more looser and stuff. But because I knew I was doing this, and I wanted people to get a really good um, look at what the design was, I opted just to do a little bit more, what I consider more tighter pencil, just so you can be able to see all the stuff. But yeah, I don't like to draw this tight. Man. Alrighty. Can you guys hear it? Whew, I can't. It's like feeling it. But I promise, 4 hours. I finally was like 4 hours to see how far I can get. I gotta feel. I'm pushing to try to get the big guys done. That's my mission right now. Try to get the big guys done, and then these other guys I'll have to save for another day maybe. But I'm impressed. I'm actually glad that I was able to get. And mind you, I actually this morning, like leading up to this, I had already started working on some thumbnails for my other gig, so for the comic book gig. So I've been drawing like since 7 this morning. Yeah. Actually 6:30. I don't say 6:30. I said laundry too. I don't even know. Just grabbed the laundry. I don't know. I don't know if she grabbed the laundry. Oh man, I love this leg right here. I love the textures. You know, because I think of Metlaw like that. Like he's just. It's like my thought is that his skin would be almost like I guess almost closer to how like Rodin's skin was in what was it, in King of the Monsters. Like it's almost like it looks almost like lava, like dried lava. Hey Han. Hey Han. Yeah, I thought she was close. She's in the kitchen, but she can't hear me. So maybe she'll hear me when she walks by. She's like, I'm gonna try not to bother you today. Hey Han.
Yep.
Did you put the clothes on the second spin?
I did.
Oh, okay, good. Yay.
I'll do some cookies.
Oh, cool. Yay.
You need any coffee?
Actually, oh no, I'm still good.
You good? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You need water?
Nope, got water. Look at that. Taking care of it, making sure that I'm getting all my refreshments and stuff. Love, I tell you, love. Feels good to be married. She definitely inspires me and stuff, and keeps me going and stuff. Let's see. All right, what do we got here? Okay, look at that. Make sure there's a cliff right there. kudos to this iTunes internet station, radio station. Man, these jams are like they're on the flow. All right, let's see. What is that? Yeah, it kills me, man. Oh, okay. So his hand. Let me use this right. There's Combatra's other hand, and then his vine's pulling it down. But I have one of the team over here, in which I don't think I can get by it. So which one? I think it's what's his name? Augur. So I gotta do Augur. Look at how their uniforms are. That's weird, man. The toys. You know, I tried to find some good images from the. There you go. See, I want to base it more off this. So so let's see if I can pull that off. It's gonna be the back of him, so I can definitely play in with some shadows. Those are little tricks of the trade, you know. Well, it's so vital. I mean, it's one of the most vital things of just, you gotta have like character sketches. You know, there's so many times where I've had people who have contacted me, and I'll be like, all right, well, do you get character design? You don't have character designs. I don't know how you can do anything without a character design. Like have characters like laid out, drawn. Yeah, ideally to have turnarounds and everything. I mean, just on the fact that another artist may be working on them. I just don't know how you don't have that. You know, just so that artist, a person can have have something to work from. Because I'm assuming you don't want people to have to guess how something will look, especially your character. I always say that, man. You have your characters. I pay to have that character designed up. It will benefit you, yeah, immensely. Because a lot of stuff now, it's like I'm just trying to, now I got to try to guess how everything's gonna be. And I hate that too, because I'm such a stickler in trying to maintain the integrity of how the character is. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Wait a sec. All right. Oh, so turning around. Oh, so his fist is on that side. Oh, okay, I made a mistake. Yeah. All right. Good. I'm glad I caught that. I almost made a mistake in putting that drill arm on the wrong arm. Yeah, it happens. See, the thing about their suits, when I look at it, is that I think that their arms were like robotic arms. You know what I mean? Like, so it wasn't really, like if you knocked their arm, like say if you cut their suit off, like my thought on how they sat in the suits was that maybe they sat in the suits, but the suits are big enough that the arms are robotic, the legs are robotic. I'm trying to think. It was in Marvel. They had some character like the Mandroids like that. I'm trying to remember. I think that would be kind of cool. Because there's certain points when their arms are way elongated, way too elongated, and it was like, oh, okay. Like, and my first thought was like, okay, so if somebody were to, if their arm got shot off or something like that, how come their arms are that long? That's pretty cool. This is my favorite when I'm able to blend artwork. Sorry about that too. I'm like covering the thing. Getting you guys are out there in Facebook Live land. This is the problem. This is one of the things where this is so. I remember I was telling Jess about this. I'm so nervous because I'm like, when I draw, I get into my own world, man, and so it's kind of weird. I guess every artist, I kind of talk to myself a little bit sometimes. Well, if it's a certain character, like if I'm reading the script, and like for instance, if I was doing stuff for Team KS1 with Matthew, and he had one of the characters and about to fight this creature and stuff, and immediately I'm trying to imagine myself as that character and what's that character doing and stuff like that. Yeah, I do that stuff. I believe it's absolutely normal. Yeah. Oh, there you go. So what I did is I kind of did this as a lip. Originally, I was gonna have the Inhumanoids thing like standing, but the angle is so off, and this is where it's so important. Where when I'm drawing is is that I love to make these changes. Sometimes I don't see it in the beginning, but then because I'm able to make the quick edit, then I can make it work for the piece. That looks pretty cool. This is where shadowing comes in, a lot of shadows. Because then in some degree you get to sense the idea of how the suit looks. But you know, I don't have to get nailed down for like how again I wish I had the turnarounds, the actual turnarounds. Yeah, it's always a stickler for me. Because I wanna try to keep, if I'm working on someone's character, I wanna be able to keep it as true to what that person's vision is. But if somebody's only giving you action shots that another artist has done, then it's bad. That's not good. I'm not a big fan of that. I think it's important that yeah, you know, you got to make sure you have all the tools of the trade, man. But yeah, I like the idea. I think the idea of them, like these big massive suits, and like their bodies are sitting in. Oh, you know who it was? That's who it is. I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. Remember the character from was he on Omega Flight in Marvel? Box. Yeah, like Box was like that. Box was like the guy sat in the chest area, I think, but the arms were like robotic and the legs were robotic. That to me makes a lot more sense. Yeah. So it's almost like you're sitting, you're cradled in it. So then these suits in themselves would be this size. They would actually be pretty good sized suits. Maybe. Maybe like, I don't know. The Inhumanoids are like, even say, I say top point like 30 feet tall. Maybe even 50 feet tall. Maybe let's just say if they're 50 feet tall, then if their suits are, say their suits are like, 30, man. Maybe 8 feet. I suppose you could do that. 8 feet. I think about that one, but definitely big. I like that idea because robotic arms. Then that could be pretty cool. Yeah, and then they can kind of like fall, like jump out of the suits, jettison from the suits and stuff like that if there's a problem. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I love doing this kind of stuff right here, like incorporating into it so it becomes one seamless piece. Yeah, I'm not. Most people, I have people ask me about logo work and stuff like that, and I'm very honest with them. I'm not a graphic artist. I'm just not. I don't feel comfortable doing logos. It's just my mind just isn't hardwired for that. I do like my own sound effects and stuff like that, but they're just plain done sound effects. It's nothing to the level of like if somebody wanted a particular like these logos, nice, clean, crisp, vector art logo kind of stuff. Then no, I would suggest go get a. You should get someone who's a graphic designer, who actually that's what they do. You know, like again, I think there's various artists out there, artisans who have skills and stuff like that. You know, I think it's rare when you have an artist that can do everything, and more power to them. But I'm just not one of those kind of artists. I like to, you know, I'm more on the thing like, you know, I work on what I'm good at, and really good at, and then you know, and let somebody else, you know, toss that work to somebody else who can do it. You can spread the pie, spread the wealth. You know, that's how I look at it. You know, like I said, I like to go to bed at 7 p.m. I like to be able to get my sleep in. You know, I'm past that stage in my life where you're constantly staying up and you're not taking care of. I want to take care of myself and you know, so I like to be able to sleep, get some sleep, get healthy, get up, work out. You know, and I'm very fortunate that I've been able to work on projects that afford me that, and still be able to maintain my craft and skill. You know, very very honored by that. Thankful, and so glad for all you who are checking me out right now, listening to my rambling. But truly, that you seem like you appreciate my work, and I think that's the thing. It's like when I work in advertising, yeah, there's people that like that clearly they like my work, they like what I did, and and that's awesome. But there's a different thing when somebody who genuinely is like, you know, man, you created this or whatever, and they truly are, they truly um, really respect your work and whatever and stuff. That's a whole nother animal and stuff, and it's something that I actually do enjoy. I sit back and I try to imagine, that young kid out there who's just like in my situation, coming across somebody. Like I remember meeting Kevin Eastman when I was in art school at a Boston show, and I remember drawing. I think I drew Leonardo, and and he was, again, it was the days when you could approach one of those you can approach a superstar artist or creator like that, and there weren't no massive lines or whatever, and he was just really cool, and I gave it to him. I gave the drawing. I think my Leonardo was a little thick. I think I drew him thick, and he thanked me, and he said, "Well, he said, just stay on the path and don't give up or whatever." And I was like, "Thanks, man." It was really cool. Really inspired me, man. Yeah, I remember meeting John Ritter Jr. He was at a creation. I think it was a creation con show or something. Yeah, and that was really cool. And again, it was earlier on and stuff. I just remember I was like, this dude's built. He's jacked. Yeah, he was pretty. Yeah, he was pretty built, man. And I remember talking to him and just being like, wow, man, your work's really good and stuff. And I love John Ritter Jr.'s work. I think as a storyteller, it's just he's like perfect for advertising work. Like he has that nice, like fast, like that kind of style they really love. Sketchy, like it's almost like a kind of sketchy kind of style, man. But he gets the information, like you can see everything going on. The information's right there for you. And he's just really cool person. All right, I gotta open up my Shogun Warriors because I need Combatra's Graced. Yeah, it kills me because I actually do have the figure somewhere, but he's like buried, and I was like, I'm not digging. So that's the thing, we don't have a lot of room. I don't have a lot of room here, and my studio right here, and a lot of my figures are just in the closet. They're all like sort of buried. I got other figures that I haven't even opened yet. I got like a die-cast Iron Giant like that I haven't even opened yet, and a Gamera um, set that I got for Christmas or whatever that I haven't even been able to open yet. Yeah, one day, one day. Our dream is to be able to have a home. I had a home before, I didn't lost it, but that's a dream. Take care of the bills now, and we'll get our home, and then I can break out all my stuff. Ugh, I'm like the worst collector. My stuff has a mound of dust on it. I'm like, at that point, as I get older, that's probably what I'm gonna be doing, just cleaning my figures off, a rag or something. that'll be what I do. What are you gonna do today? Oh, I'm just gonna clean my stuff off. Let's see. All right, I think we're good. Hopefully you guys can see this. I'll keep opening up. Hey, thanks a lot. I'm glad for the comments. I'm looking over. My computer is actually on my right hand side where the music is, and so I'm looking over and wow, 43 likes and surprises and stuff. I'm seeing some. Damon just said I love the action and detail, and Damon says two of my favorites. Hey Damon, what's happening, man? Damon's the one from my past. He just popped up, man. Back in the days, I went to ORC, Occupational Resource Center at Madison Park High School. We throw a shout out for that. That's when I was attending Southie, and I got into that program. Actually, my teachers got me into the program. I mean, it's weird. Like when I think about the '80s, there was a time when there was these programs that were going on, especially in Massachusetts, in Boston, I'm in the Boston area, and they really like they were pushing like if you had a skill and talent. I'm just very fortunate I had teachers that were like they saw that I had this skill, and they said, well, you should really try to cultivate this. So they put me into the ORC program, and ORC was like a half day. Like you go to your home school, like you could either do the morning or you can go the afternoon, but you do half day at your regular school, and then the other half would be at the Occupational Resource Center. And in the Occupational Resource Center, they had I believe they had broadcasting, and then they had illustration and stuff like that. And I recall was doing medical illustration. I remember that. Um, that's the key thing that stuck in my mind. But anyway, Damon, a while ago, just we reconnected someone online, and he was telling me that he was part of that program too. I had to think about it. I'm like, oh man. I always try to tell people, and I feel kind of bad, is that I have a crappy memory. I try to work on it, but I just my memory. I've always been good with faces. Like I can remember faces, but I've met a lot of people. You can imagine I met a lot of people over the years, and just a lot of things. A lot of my life, things that I've experienced, they're kind of like a blur for me. And it's just I don't know. And that's something like and I feel somewhat bad because there's a lot of people. Sometimes I'll get people who contact me, and they'll be talking to me as if it's just like hey Frank, what's up? And they know everything about me. Like they remember stuff, and I can't remember jack. And so I asked him, I kind of go, hey, how do I know you? and he was like, yeah, dude, I went to ORC and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's cool, man. And I said, there you go, small world, small world. Yeah, but it was a great. That program was fantastic. In that program, that's how I was able to get my. I ended up getting a scholarship. Through them, and which led to me choosing the schools I wanted to go to, or the school was going to go to, and I ended up choosing the school called Butera School of Art, which is gone, unfortunately. Butera School of Art was when I look back at it, I consider Butera like almost like a trade school, like almost like an art school. It was an art school. Don't get me wrong, but it was like they fixated on the fact that you working. I remember that was one of the main things. Like they were like they talked about the fact that the romanticizing of the starving artist. They emphasized that like that don't we weren't going to be that. We were going to be the artists that work. Like somebody calls you up, they hire you to do a job. Technically you are contractors. We're no different than the plumber. We're no different than the mechanic. We're no different than the electrician, the carpenter. We're no different. We do a service, and we are compensated. We're rewarded through compensation for the jobs that we do, and that was what they stressed. They didn't stress the fact. Like I'll be honest with you, I think there was one semester that I actually went to like Museum of Art and we talked anything. And it was like they were like, well, if you want to go to the Museum of Art, or you want to learn about art history, then you do it on your own time, kind of mentality. Yeah, I remember that. It was more like they constantly were gearing us to learn how to what was it? I remember pitching, like learning how to pitch myself. Pitching to clients, just selling your artwork, selling you. Like I did a recent podcast, and also YouTube too. Thanks, Rob Geronimo. In which I stress the fact that you have to consider yourself a brand. The artists themselves have to become the brand. You have to become something greater instead of just somebody who can be easily replaced. So that when people hire you, they hire you because of who you are. They go, yeah, that person. So it's like Frankie B. Washington. I've gotten gigs just because people were like, yeah, someone just told me about you. That is a fantastic thing when somebody says something like that. That means that your name alone is out there, and it's out there in the world, and that's what you want to strive for. I constantly still strive for that. But yeah, so ORC was a great program, and I'm sure it helped many different people, a lot of kids, and I'm one of those kids who definitely was helped by it. It helps shape my my career, literally. I mean, I'm at that place. I'm at this place where this is all I do. I do art. I get up, I draw. I go to sleep. Well, I go to sleep. I'm still drawing. Still got drawing on my mind. It's like there's nothing else I can do. I'm very happy. I'm actually. I just looked over briefly. Hey, what's up, Sarah? Super cool. I love the action and detail. Yeah, that's Damon. I don't know. Let me see. I'm always afraid to touch this because it also there's the screen. Two of my favorites. Yep. Nice. I'll try to move it around a little bit so you guys can see what I've already done. This side over here. Oh, let's see if you guys can see it. Yeah, I got my phone up here that's doing all this plugged in. I've already done raiding, got Shogun Warriors stuff like there, and then just got this side over here. Let's see what time it is. It's 12:22. So I'm gonna be wrapping up at 1 p.m. So let me stop yapping and start getting some more drawing going. At this point, I think I'm gonna be pushing for just the big guys, for now, and that's pretty cool. It makes me happy to see so many people that remember these characters and they love it. You know, I'm very very happy. I'm hoping that this motivates more people, especially artists, to draw these characters and to bring them to a new audience out there. There's many of the younger generation who have no idea. Like I'll see a lot of people. I remember getting a discussion with a young person who was talking about there's talking about Evangelion and stuff like that, and then I was like, well, yeah, but before Evangelion, you know, there was great, Zinga Z. So like, what are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, they started it, and Tessujin, 30, Iron Man, or was it 20, 30, Gigantor. Yeah, so I think it's important that they see where the genre has expanded. Evangelion is part of that, no doubt. Just like Escaflowne and what's the other guy? Oh god, there's so many of them. Starts with an E. Daygard. I actually enjoy it. I don't know. I enjoy Daygard. Daygard's one of those things where I never read the manga, but I remember watching the anime and I was so my disappointment in that was I felt that they drew it out. They just drew it out so long that it was boring until like the real good stuff started coming in the end. Also, another problem I have with a lot of the design work for many of the newer stuff, especially dealing with super robots. There's this thing where, and look at there's that part again. As somebody who worked in corporate, I understand why cuts are made. I understand because you're saving costs and whatever, and computer generate. I get it. So with that said, one of the problems I had with Day God was when the character designs, especially for the villains, was just so like, it's tough. It's tough for me because when you look at stuff that was done for Mazinga Z, even with Grandizer, and the characters were the bad guys themselves were personality, and they were very interesting and whatever. And all of a sudden now you're looking at geometric shapes as the villains. Yeah, I would say that's my critique on that one. You know, that's my really critique. I just love. I take a great series that didn't get finished unfortunately was the Great Dangaio. I actually got a figure of of the Great Dangaio. I thought that they were on the pulse of that old school feel of storytelling, and they didn't complete it. And it's unfortunate. It had the old school feel. It had mecha in it, different creatures and things like that. Yeah, there's this point where all of a sudden we're looking at stuff where they're geometric shapes. Like there's no real thought into like these characters are. It's just like, okay, I'm looking at a giant floating triangle, and it's shooting beams out and whatever. And again, I think that lies in back to what happened with Evangelion, a lot of designs and stuff like that. And as somebody who's an old schooler, that was the most important thing to me was always the all the characters. That means the villains too. The villains themselves were integral. to the storytelling. And when you, and if you're not investing into those villain designs, and it's like, oh, I mean, man, you put on Ghetto Robo, you look at some of those designs, man, those villains, it's like, oh, Vanguard Ace or, Ray Dean or any of those, man. There's some serious designs. Look at this stuff that was going on with Grandize with the saucer animals. Great names too. Oh, remember that, what was it, Star Avengers or Ghetto Robo G, like the Pandemonium Empire. Ooh, man, I don't know how bad I want to take that. The Pandemonium Empire. Oh, gives me chills just thinking about it. All right. Okay, let's see what we got here. You know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna break out one of my dirty brushes. Alright, this right here is a dirty brush. Alright, this is what I use my dirty brushes. See what I mean? Look at this effect. Somewhat dry, but they create these nice little, dual feather that they're not perfect, but it's great when I want to do smoke and stuff like that. When I just don't want to clean, I just don't want it clean or anything. So yeah, small. I just wanted to get a little use so you guys can see that. But that's one of my dirty brushes. And yeah. Actually, you know what? Sure. Yeah. Well, I won't. I'll just put it down here. I'll use that. But it's a nice little dirty effect when I don't want to get too clean with it and I want to make it work. You get that nice dry effect. There we go. There we go. Stinker. Come on. I loved Grandizers. And then also the music too. Oh, saucer animals. Oh my god, the names. Those names are amazing. They really were. Some people remember Guy King when what was it, the black hole? Oh, what's the name of that? Wasn't it? Oh god, what was their name? The Zellens. Yes. I love that. I love how the Zellen leaders were like giants. So good. It was funny because Tony Astronopoulos, I think that's his name was, in the American version, they chose him because he had like bionic fluid in his blood, like that. I don't even know what that means, but it was really cool. And somehow, because he had this bionic something in his fluid, in his body, he was the only person meant to pilot Guy King. I love it. I love that stuff. That to me is like, it feels like old school comic book. It's a mixture of almost a DC, where you just kind of just create all this weird stuff, and it's like, okay, I get it. He has bionic fluid and he's able to operate him on mech, a giant super robot. Okay, cool. Works for me. I love that stuff. It's fun. And the bad guys had a mission too. Like again, the Zellen's home world was going into a black hole, so they were like, we need Earth. I love that. I think that's what excites me, because well, you know what it is. The thing about it is that there's a beginning, a middle, and end, and it's simple and it's laid out, and I think that's what I love. It's already laid out there. The bad guys want something, and whatever it is that they want, you already know about it. So now the key thing is, let's see where the journey takes us. It's almost like, again, with Mazinga Z and was it the protatomic energy or whatever source that was, that Dr. Hell wanted and stuff. And so again, you got the mission parameter. That's what he wants. There's no weird ideology or spiritual stuff or whatever. It's just, this dude wants this and he's coming for it. And now they have to defend for it. Same thing like Ghetto Robo, the Ghetto Rays. They want something. Now we have to defend this. Those are the stuff. Those are the kind of stories I love. I love stuff where it's simplistic enough so that you can get it. So you're not trying to, So it's that super confusing where you, all of a sudden you're sitting there and it's like, well, okay, so this creature, this thing, and it's an angel, and it's okay. That's how I felt. I felt like literally to this day, like I still, and I may end up watching Evangelion, the newer stuff again, just to watch it again, just to you know. But yeah, another one I watched. I remember I watched the first season of was Gurren Lagann, and I was like okay, and I was like all right. And then the second season threw me like it destroyed me for the rest of it. And I think the reason was when they started throwing galaxies at one another. There was a scene where they threw a guy, and I lost it. I was like, what the? It is like it went beyond anything I can imagine. There's that point where I think with making characters too powerful, it takes the fun out of it. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. You know, it's just like with Godzilla. I mean, I love the fact that Godzilla, when I love the Showa era stuff, where Godzilla would be getting his butt kicked and he's bleeding and whatever, and it made it to me, um, it made Godzilla and a lot of those creatures very endearing to me because it was telling me a message about like the fact that you can get beat down, that you can come back. But then as it went on years later, Godzilla ends up becoming like this very slow, mountainous creature that releases this devastating energy attack, or beam, or whatever, and then that's it, and everything's destroyed and whatever, and it's like, and all the creatures do that, and it's just something's lacking. There's something missing. You know, you even for the time when in the Showa era, you still have movement. You know, you still have these creatures and they fall around and whatever, and you go, wow, man, okay, they're battling one another and stuff like that. And but then as it got later on, I started noticing a difference where it was getting bigger. Creatures were getting bigger, and stuff started looking much more like it was on a massive set. And that's the thing that kind of turned me from it. But on the same note, I go, well, you know, it had to get done, you know, and it's good that they did it, you know, because as any creator out there, I don't want stuff to get stagnant either. There's a part where, you know, I want stuff to constantly. I think the thing about artwork and stuff like that is it has to constantly undergo its it changes and stuff like that. It just has to. But also, you know, it just certain things you just look at and go, man, it just wasn't my cup of tea, man. So, oh, oh, the music. Oh, I think I lost the music. I didn't even notice I lost the music. Alright. Sorry about that. Oh, man. I didn't even know I lost the music. I was talking. Alright. Let's see. Huh. Still playing. Why is it quiet? Hmm. That's weird. Alright, let's see if I can go through my own music and see what I got. See if you guys are listening to any of this stuff. Let's see. Only got a few minutes left, so let's get some music in here. I don't know what's going on. Lost my music. I have no music. That's really weird. Darn it. Okay. Alright, I guess I have no music. That stinks. Alright. Man, that's weird. Alright. Well, you guys just listen to the fan then. And let's see if I can get the rest of this. How many more minutes I got? Oh, Okay, let's see what I can get. I'm gonna see if I can get decompose going. All right. I apologize about that. I guess my music tanked out on me. No. Okay. Decompose is such a cool character, huh? It's a really cool character. All right, let's see. And again, I tried to find reference for it, and I found some of the toys and stuff. So for this, I just had to kind of do an amalgam of the toy and the actual figure. Therein lies the problem sometimes when because if there's no good reference, that you have to rely on whatever you can. The good thing is that Google exists and stuff like that. You can find stuff. It's almost like with the Transformers, for instance. I was years ago I ended up getting the Transformers. There was a book that had a lot of the Transformer designs and stuff in it, and a lot of those are based off of like the animation kind of drawings and stuff, just to get a basic sense of how the Transformers are. It's like you need those references. I tell any artist out there, reference. You need it. I still have binders with various reference material, just sitting around. Can't seem to throw them away. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let's see if I can turn in. I'm working on decompose now. I'm having them kind of break frame. That's another thing I love doing. One of the things I love, I started doing some of my more recent comic book work, is I've gone back to doing sound effects. Now, mind you, I don't letter, but sound effects, just to, because one of the things I've noticed with comic books is that a lot of sound effects today, some of them don't work into the actual like artwork. They seem as a secondary kind of thing. Now, some people are really, you have some really skilled letterers out there that are able to do that, but it's very rare when you can see the artwork kind of, like something actually work. Like in the olden days, when you looked at stuff from the 70s and 80s and stuff like that, and and they would really combine it, like it became part of the overall piece. So that's something that I kind of do. Oh man, that's sticky. All right. Okay. Ooh, I don't know if you guys can see this. This is a tough one, tough angle. Let me move my cup over here. Get some room. All right, this is a tough angle. So, but it's his mouth open. Thanks again for coming, everyone. It's actually gone more faster than I thought it would. You say like 4 hours, and then all of a sudden it's gone. So I'm just gonna stick with the micron with decompose, just because I want to also give a sense. I want my lines a little bit more thinner, just to get a sense of distance. Like he's, you get a sense of the level of perspective where you can tell he's further back than the others. I like that. I love like how they always were like screaming. I love that stuff. Yeah. Hey, I know if somebody knows anybody out there who's doing Inhumanoids, please. Yeah, there's an artist right here that's passionate about it. Just saying. Humanoids would be really cool. I can't say it more than enough. I think it's a great brand. It's like you sit there sometimes. I wonder, like when people go for IPs and stuff, and I go, do you ever think about the IPs that could possibly be really good, and especially in a time when where people are watching these movies, especially with kaiju's and stuff, like which IPs, and it's like which one, and why isn't Inhumanoids on the top of that list? Why not, man? It could be amazing, especially if done like in the sense of horror. Like you just go, okay, it's definitely horror adventure. I don't freak about you. You're supposed to be in the foreground. Okay, there you go. I don't think about you. There you go. Gotcha. All right, it's supposed to be like horror. So yeah, man, that could be really cool, man. straight out Lovecraftian monsters. Yeah. Horror adventure. That's how we do it. Horror adventure. Oh, how fun! How much fun that would be. Especially with the fact I love the fact that human beings wear suits. It's kind of like what we're doing with Team KS1. I mean, I even said like I was so influenced by another show too, the Centaurians, when I was designing the suits for the team, and I just said, well, I said it's that whole thing where what makes sense to me, like if human beings were fighting against kaiju's, they're gonna need a huge something to aid them. You know, it just can't be these little human beings with little guns. And it's not like Starship Trooper. And as much as I enjoy Starship Trooper, it just, man, just the idea, like, it just killed me because I was sitting there going, when I was watching it again, I said, they spend a lot of time making little bullets to kill big creatures. Little bullets to fight against creatures. Like, you literally have to shred these creatures. And in the amount of time that you're trying to shred those creatures, you know, those creatures kill, like, you know, what, 20 of you? You know, 20 of your people die before you're able to take down one of them. It's just crazy. So you would have to build technology to take care of these creatures. And the closest thing I can think of is like almost an Iron Man like suits, or Mecha. You know, there you go. I'm getting a little gross here. He blows off their arm. See, one of the things that I wish that I can imagine decompose. I think that kind of that happened in the show where piece one fell off and then you can't kind of just put it back on. See, that's how I imagine decompose being. Like you can blow off pieces of them and you could be attaching. You know, crazy ideas, man. I'm definitely at the stage in my life where I'm really enjoying just being an artist. Yeah. You know, I've done that route where I created stuff and whatever, but just being an artist is really cool. Sit back and drawing, and you know, not have to worry about a lot of different things. You know, for me, I would love to be part of something that grows into something big. You know, I always sit there and I look at guys like Tony Moore, like how he must have felt when Walking Dead suddenly became what it was, and knowing that he had no idea. None of them did. Yeah, he had to turn to something. That must be an amazing feeling. Yeah, I'd like to experience that before I leave this world. Be like part of something and be like, wow, man, this thing went from this point to that point. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. But with that said, I don't rely on that. You know, just seeing it in comic form excites me. You know, everything else again is just. It's just icing on the cake, man. You know, icing, ice cream. You know, I'm comfortable eating just the cake. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, man, he's coming out good. So I guess I did keep my word. I wanted to at least get the big guy, so I was able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 characters. Who knows how long it's gonna take me to finish it? Cause I gotta go back. I gotta go to work. Other stuff. Yeah. There's contractors out here. My fellow contractors. We get a shout out. Shout out for the carpenters and the electricians and the the mechanics stuff. The artisans. Paying them bills, man. Paying the bills. Making it happen. That's what I'm talking about. Oh man, getting to the point. Let's see, what time is it now? I got 15 more minutes. All right, let's see what I can do. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for dropping in, hanging out with me today. Again, I just want to give you a nice little shot of this and stuff. This has been really enjoyable, you know. It's weird because I can't really, I'm looking, I got my computer on right now, I'm looking over and seeing the replies, and I got 48 likes up there, and that's pretty cool. Thank you very, very much. And I was able to share it and stuff. I wish I shared it earlier, but hey, never, it's all cool. And yeah, because you got so much, I had so much in my mind. I really was freaking out about this. because I was just like, man, I had never done this. And it's funny too, because that's pretty much how my career, my life has been, where the nerves, like all, yeah, of course you get scared and whatever, but I don't get paralyzed by fear. And there's a point where I'll think about it and I'll be like, okay, and then all of a sudden I'm like, fucking, excuse my language, oops, just do it. And that's how I thought. I mean, that's how I was able to climb Mount Katahdin years ago. I didn't know anything about climbing, man, and I just did it. And would I do it again? No, I wouldn't. But I'm glad I did. It makes for a great story. Got to camp out in the woods, and and whatever and stuff. So it makes for one of those great stories. I remember this older gentleman once told me, man, in Cambridge, he was like, the whole point of life is that you live long enough so you can tell great stories. And I agree with that, man. I want to have great stories. I want to be an old gray dreadhead dude just freaking spitting out some amazing tales. Be like, yeah, I lived this life, man. I did this and that. And it's cool. And that's it. You want to live your life and be able to have some great stories. And that's what I'm pushing for. I've had the opportunity to work on a lot of really cool projects, and I'm gonna be working on some more cool projects. I just can't say stuff right now, but some new stuff's coming down the wire and stuff, and that's how it is. You constantly got to keep the machine going. Don't stop. Don't get caught up in stuff that's gonna slow you down, slow your momentum. Just keep living, doing. That's it. Believe in yourself. Believe in what you do. Try to surround yourself with positive people that are doing stuff. Someone once told me, another one of my mentors, I've been very blessed. I've always had great mentors, people who just were there at a point in my life when I just needed to, just to hear stuff. And I never forget, one person told me, he looked at me straight up and he said, if somebody's trying to give you advice, and if they're not doing what they're saying, then you already have your answer. And I remember looking at him, going, what? And he was like, yeah. He said, you already got your answer. He said, if they're not practicing what they're preaching, then you already got your answer. The answer's there. They're not doing it. They're not living it. But if somebody who is living it and doing it, then that might be a person you want to listen to. At least take that advice to heart. At least. They're doing it. They're living it. They're making it happen. More so than a person who is just saying stuff. And trust me, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to enter your life that's going to try to say a lot of stuff. And that's just how the nature of how it is. Everyone has all the answers, but there's few people living the adventure. And you want to sit back and take a moment and say, who are the people that are living the adventure and doing it? That's who you want to kind of talk to. Not just hang on, and be a hanger on, but you hear what they say, take it to heart, and then move on. Any people that I've met and whatever, I always been appreciative of what they could advice they gave, and then I moved on. I didn't pester them. I didn't hey, whatever, such and such. I just thank them for whatever advice. I knew that any success that I did or made or whatever, that would be the greatest thing that they could see. Me doing. All right, let's see what we got here. I love doing this. I love doing Dupree. Another artist who I really admire is John Byrne. Oh man, he's the one who got me into the Jack Kirby too, but man, John Byrne, like his drawing rubble and stuff like that, I do it all the time. That heavily influenced me. Like when he would show like say the Hulk or somebody punching a boulder and it's just demolished, the power in that. Like every time they keep talking about the Fan movie, I'm like, please just grab his pages, blow them up, and just put them on a wall and say, do that. That's all you need to do. Do that right there. That's all you need. Because he's sheer action. Sheer. Oh man, okay. Wow. Oh boy. Yeah, this is in the Shogun Warriors. Raideen had like an arrowhead that had what was it? I forgot what they called it, but it gave off five, I believe five explosive like blasts and stuff. Yeah. So so I was like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, there you go. Decomposers getting hit. Boom 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 boom. And oh yeah, you go. I'll put one right back. So that'd be five in total. Right there. We got one right here. Boom boom boom. Gotta stop making sound effects. Can't help it. Look at that. Boom. Yeah. Alright, let's see where we at. 49. Hey, you guys are all very cool. Thank you so much. See where we're at. 7 more minutes, folks. 7 more minutes. And then this live stream will be over. Over, I tell ya. I'm just glad you guys came for the journey. These bat creatures were in the animated series, but then also they put them in the comic book. So I thought they would be pretty neat to have and stuff. So see if I can. Should bring out my smaller brush. I mean, a smaller micron, but screw it. I don't want to eat up any more time. I think I can get this in. Just little hits. Yeah, I love that. These little bat creatures, man. They're all still like they look little here, but they're pretty good size. Yeah, yeah. They're definitely. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Oh man, I wish that this can get picked up. I wish that Inhumanoids can get picked up by somebody. And if they do, please contact me. Get me on this. I can do some designs, drawing, or whatever you need. I know. It would be fun. I don't care what anyone says. It would be so amazing. But that's the thing. When you have a passion for it, you want people who are passionate working on your projects, period. Because then, if you have people who are passionate about it, then whatever hardships or whatever, or times or whatever that it goes through, they're willing to deal with it. They'll be like, okay, I understand, whatever, you know. But if you're not passionate about it and stuff like that, then you're gonna be like, oh man, why did I do this? What a waste, you know. All right, let's try a little bit of long range back here. So the idea is that in the story is that Decompose is trying to make a big running leap, and then he gets blasted back by Combatra, and then get these bad creatures screaming and hollering. Let's see. Change that window a little bit. That's the power of changing, man. I look at something, I go, nah, I don't know if I like that. I can change that a little bit. Let's see. Hits play. Alright, you little bugger. Take some of there. And alright. We'll hit some there. All right. All right, there we go. What time is it? 4 more minutes. It's gonna be the longest minutes. I'm gonna stretch it for you guys, okay? Let's see if I can get got a big chunk right there. Let's see if I can throw some blacks down in there. Oh man, my hands, my fingers. I gotta break out my finger weights. Oh, 50 likes. You guys are killing me, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for telling everybody about it too, man. Yeah, I don't know how this Facebook Live thing works. I don't know if this video stays active or... Got 18 comments. I can see that. So I'll have to check them out later. But once more, I'd like to just thank you for coming along for the ride and listening to me ramble on, you know, and hopefully you picked up some knowledge from some of the rambling, you know. Again, I'm one of those cats who, you know, I speak from the cuff on things, you know, and I try to keep it real, because that's what I had. I had people who kept things real with me, man. I grew up. It's all about the real. These are the realities, you know. There's the fantasy. Someone can spin fantasy, and then there's the reality. And the thing is that you know, it's okay. The reality can be a beautiful thing. You just don't be afraid. You know, you want reality. You don't wait. You don't want no fake stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? All right. Alrighty. Let's see what we got here. See, it's so funny because I go back and forth and I just screw. I'm just gonna do my silhouettes. Because that mind of mine is that I really want to pop these bats out and stuff, and especially when you eventually want to add color or whatever. You know, I know what colors I want to do. They're gonna be rich, like vibrant, like, you know. I don't know, purples maybe, whatever. You know, whatever I'm feeling at the moment, man. I don't get locked down in those kind of crazy nonsense things, man. I just go with the flow of it. Alright. Let's see where we're at. Guys, ladies, gents, it looks like we have come to the finish line. And I kept my word. I've got, let's see, 5 of these characters done. 4 hours. 4 hours. Talk about it. So anyway, I would like to thank you all for coming along for the ride. The KaijuConLine. And yeah, maybe in the future I'll do another one of these. Let me see. Oh, wait a sec. It's showing. It says I'm live. It's not 4 hours yet. I still got 5 minutes. What am I doing? I'm looking at the wrong clock. Why are my clocks more faster? Well, you know what? I'm gonna look at the clock on here. So, got 5 more minutes. All right. So let me see if I can get this doc in there. Yeah, the clock on the live is showing. I still have 5 minutes. So you know what? I'm not gonna cheat you guys. I'm gonna hang in here. All right. I happen to just look up at my phone and stuff, and it's like, yeah, it's weird. My time here is showing me that it's already 4 hours, but that's okay. That's all right.